always do mine manually. I just have like looping until I
Ah,
switch.
there we go. I was wondering when was gonna happen. Oh, also I need to fix myself a little bit. I was testing some stuff and it's like, oh, yeah. Anyway, hey everyone, welcome, welcome. How's it going? I'm seeing some new faces in the chat today. Fangy's here. Fangy's with me.
Hello!
Fangy's
Hello,
with me.
everybody!
Also, welcome Ariel and Mystery Otaku. Welcome, guys. Welcome. How's it going, everyone?
Ariel and Mr. Yurtaku are two of my mods.
Ah, I see, I see. All right, thanks for dropping by. Also, let me just introduce myself first before we get started, and I will also introduce Fangy. Actually, let's introduce Fangy first because you're the guest here. So, introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Fangy. I'm a comfy cryptid VTuber over on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/Fangy. I mostly stream games, but I found Ruka kind of via the Japanese stuff, the Japan videos and things like that. And I was going to Japan at the same time he was, so we got to meet up and discuss that stuff a bit.
Yeah, I also kind of want to talk about with other people in Japan stuff. I just don't shut up about it in most cases if in general, so it's nice to actually get a different perspective here.
Well, and honestly, like, I was planning my trip for a long time too, so I was just like, I was eating up all the Japan content I could find, so
I see.
the fact that you talked about that stuff was helpful.
Yeah, I do enjoy talking about it just because I've done it so much. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick. My name's Ruka for anyone who haven't met me yet. I basically, well, I used to stream a lot more games here, but I am transitioning my content on the channel to more Japan related stuff, either language, stories, games that have like culture related stuff. But it's still kind of hard to get away from some of the games I do like I want to stream. So that's why Tevi is still on this channel at least. So, but anyway, today we are basically just having a chat with Fangy about our recent trip and getting first impressions and maybe even sharing some pictures. So I brought you here today to Iso Beach in Yakushima. That's what the background is right now. Yakushima is a island far, far south in Kyushu. Not as far as Okinawa. This is a little bit above Okinawa, but still a nice place if you like hiking and stuff like that. The beaches also are pretty nice, at least.
See, we went in opposite directions, so I went north. So it's kind of cool seeing some stuff south.
I also went north.
You went everywhere.
Yeah, kind of. Basically, the first part of my trip, I went south first, and then I went north the same time you guys went north. And also, we should probably mention this right now. We both got sick during that time when we went north. So I don't. It just made it a little bit more difficult to get around. It was bad. It was bad. But hopefully, despite that, your trip wasn't too bad.
No, I still had a wonderful time.
Okay.
And since you had gotten like sick like right before I did, I managed to like steal your knowledge about Japanese medicine.
Oh yeah, I did tell you about that. The thing is, I was actually just looking up. I didn't even know what to look for because that was the first time I've ever gotten sick in Japan, so it kind of sucked a lot. I basically just looked up really quick articles. What the heck do I get for this cold? Which apparently might not have been a cold. It might have been like COVID version number 300 or something like that.
I don't know, because I took a COVID test and it didn't come back positive for me. I mean, I guess I could have taken multiple, but
was it the newer test that you took?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if you use the older test, it may not pick it up. But if it was a newer one, it may pick it up. But that's also still questionable. But if it was just a really bad cold, then it was just a really bad cold, which is I'll take that also. But also no, it sucked. Oh, it sucked. Anyway, enough about that. So, I guess let's just start from the top. First impressions Japan. Uh, what'd you think about it during this past trip?
I feel like, you know, I already went into it knowing some stuff just from like reading Japan travel subreddits and stuff like that, and just being a weeaboo and watching Japanese TV. So like I knew like, oh, everyone's really polite. It's a really clean place, but like you get there and you're still surprised by it.
Yes.
I guess
Yes.
like wow, everything really is so clean, and like I was just like, for me, the biggest like culture shock was like restrooms.
The restrooms? What about the
Like, oh my
restrooms?
god, I'm not disgusted to use a public bathroom.
Oh yeah, yeah, true.
And like everything works. Like when I get back, like immediately, like when we got to like the American airport on the way home, it's like, oh okay, so the like blow dryer, the hand dryer's broken,
Mm.
and one of the stalls is closed and stuff like that. I don't know, everything was just, it's just nice over there.
Yeah, I think coming back from Japan, I know we're skipping like a lot of stuff doing that, but coming back was also a different culture shock. It was like, oh yeah, I live here. I live here
Yeah,
currently.
you're just like, I feel like you go to Japan and then you're like, oh, I didn't know things could be this nice. Like
Yeah.
when people care about, I guess their surroundings.
I mean, to be fair, I've also been in a few nasty Japanese toilets, but they're far and few in between. Um,
Yeah, I'm sure there's bad areas everywhere, but like to be in Tokyo and like not see litter and stuff, it's like
mm.
that wouldn't happen in New York City.
Well, if from what I hear, what is it? I don't typically go by Shibuya unless it's like doing souvenir shopping, but I hear Shibuya during the Halloween thing also gets pretty messy. But they do
Oh
also
yeah,
they
yeah,
do
Ruka
clean
and
up
I,
themselves.
we were both there during Halloween.
Yeah. Well, no, I was actually I was I in Tokyo during Halloween? I was arriving in Tokyo during Halloween, but I didn't do anything there. No.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, the government like said that like don't go to Shibuya.
That
I
didn't
think
work.
people did anyway, but like I don't really like huge crowds and stuff like that. So I was like, sure thing, I'll not go to Shibuya.
I think they went to Ikebukuro. At least that's what Tori, another friend of ours that we met up over there. I think that they said Ikebukuro was another place that they were gathering at.
Yeah, they had like a big cosplay event there for Halloween.
Mm, yeah, but yeah, I mean restrooms in general pretty nice for the most part. I think the ones that I get a little bit iffy are the ones in the public parks. I'm not sure if you've tried a restroom in a public park.
No, we didn't. We didn't do that.
Yeah, so public parks definitely stinks. Um,
Okay.
definitely stinks. And I the one restroom I know in at least society that, not counting the parks, that was kind of sketchy is the one of the restrooms in Donkey in Ikebukuro. I remember that from 2019.
Oh.
The bidet was broken on that one.
Oh.
I don't.
Terrible. How terrible.
I'm pretty sure they fixed it by now, but still,
I
just
would think
FYI.
so. 4 years later.
We'll see. Anyway,
The other like big impression like upon first getting there, like because we flew into Haneda Airport,
oh yeah.
so we took like public transit to
Mhm.
get to our hotel, and just like the public transit's so good. It's
Okay,
just so easy.
it actually is, but so let's start from when you got there. How was actually getting through the airport and actually transitioning from the airport to the public transit for you? Was that overwhelming? Because I know for first time people, it's like they just kind of want to get to the hotel really quick, but no, you still have other things you need to do. You have to get your cash exchange or withdraw money from the ATM and all that stuff. How did you
Oh,
feel about
so
that?
so yeah, so actually what we did was we exchanged the money ahead of time with our bank.
Oh, really?
So we brought some yen with us. We brought like, like a 10,000
Okay.
with us just so that we'd have something to like put on our Suica cards when we got there. So that part was easy. Like once we got into the airport, going through everything was fine. Honestly, like it was kind of shocking. Like coming from America, where like it's all like TSA, take everything out of your bags, get patted down, and it's just like way more laissez-faire in Japan in the airport, at least for us. Maybe we got lucky. I don't know.
I'm not sure if you got lucky, but I know at least the first couple of times I went through, at least through Narita. I used to go through Narita, and then this trip was the first time through Haneda. But in Haneda, not in Narita, it was also not bad. I did get my bag searched a couple of times, but after those first 2 visits, I never got my bag searched again. So
Yeah, we didn't get our bags searched like coming or going.
yeah, I guess they just. I don't know if I want to say that they trust you, that you were accurate in your paperwork and stuff like that, but generally, I feel like it's a random search, 1, and 2. If it's your first time, they'll probably search you. But if you didn't get searched, then I guess it's just random, and you just got lucky.
Yeah, like I was nervous. Like I made sure like I have all my prescription medications and their original containers and whatnot, because I know that's like a big thing.
That's a big thing.
They're like, yeah, but they didn't ask to see anything.
Okay. All right. Navigating the airport and going through public transport, you were fine with that?
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit overwhelming when you first get someplace and like nobody speaks. Not many people speak English, but it's just like when you're in Tokyo, there's a lot of English signage anyway.
Yeah, there is.
So yeah, we took a little while. We definitely took longer than someone who's already been there before would. But we eventually found like, oh, here's the Suica machine, so we can put some money on our cards, and we go to this shuttle to go there, and it wasn't bad. I would just say like when it's your first time, add extra time, I guess. Like make sure like it was supposed to take like like a half an hour or whatever to go from the airport to our hotel, and it definitely took us longer because we're like putzing around as first time travelers.
Oh yeah, I mean even as someone who's been there a lot of times, it still takes a while to get to the hotel, just because it's like, okay, where is the train, and also to how do I get from the train station at the actual place to the hotel. For me this trip, I couldn't even find the hotel because it was like the sign was hard to see, and Google Maps brought me to the hotel I was supposed to be at, but it was like at the other side of a fence, so I had to find my way to
Oh no.
so I had to find my way to like the proper side of the fence. It's like, oh, okay. It wasn't too difficult. I just had to like turn a corner, but little stuff like that. And
Yeah, the only thing that like kind of like went wrong when we first got there was like when we first got on the train and we were going to the hotel, we didn't quite understand like when to get off. Like we were using Google Maps trying to understand it.
Yeah.
And like we didn't quite get it at first, so we kept getting off early.
Okay.
'Cause I think we were like scared of like overshooting it, so we'd get off and then we'd look at the phone and be like, oh wait, we're supposed to get back on.
Yeah, it's nice that you can just get back on. I'm not sure if that's how it works also in New York. I'm assuming because it's the only place I know that does subways around here. But it's pretty easy to get back on. You just might have to wait a little bit for the right train. So
Yeah, and after like that first day, we didn't have any issues navigating with like the subway and whatnot, or the trains.
yeah, it's not too bad as long as you have Google Maps with you. It's not too bad. If you didn't have Google Maps with you, it could be a little bit more dicey. Yeah. But
Yeah, I saw some people saying like, oh yeah, Google Maps isn't the greatest for Japan, but it was sufficient for us, honestly.
yeah, it didn't used to be, honestly. But this trip I use pretty much only Google Maps, and it was fine. It was fine. Before, Navitime Travel would be the #1 app to use, and it probably still is if you use the rail pass. So the JR rail passes, they don't have a filter on that on Google Maps, but there is on Navitime. So if you just wanted to use your rail pass and not have to pay on non-JR lines, then you would probably use Navitime. But with the JR rail pass so expensive now, it's probably gonna be less of an issue.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things I wanted to bring up for first-time travelers.
Yeah.
A lot of people buy the JR Rail Pass, thinking that like that's what you need to like get around Tokyo and places, and that's not what it's for.
No, it's not.
It's more for like going to different cities and prefectures.
Yeah.
So I frequently hear people getting it their first time and then not actually like using it, and especially since the price just increased, it's pretty pricey right now. It's actually hard to make it worth it unless you're like going from like Tokyo down to like down south and then coming back up. You know?
Yeah. Even then, you barely you barely break even with that because you have to do it in a short amount of time.
Yep.
Before you can just get like a 7-day rail pass and go from Tokyo to Kyoto and basically come out ahead. You can't do that anymore.
No.
So
We ended up getting like a 2 week pass, and it ended up being kind of pricey.
Yeah.
Even though we did it before the price increased.
Yeah.
But that's because we were going like from different prefectures during our trip.
Yeah, if you're going to a lot of places in a short amount of time, then the rail pass still might make sense, but not. I don't think it makes that much sense anymore.
And there's calculators online too.
Yeah, the calculator's online.
Just make sure you check before you buy that.
Yeah, always check before you buy the rail pass. These days I would say it's really not worth it unless you go all the way down south and all the way. Oh, wrong thing. Change something. It's not really worth it unless you go like all the way down south and back up, or north and then back down, that kind of thing. If you have to travel far, honestly, if you have to travel far from, let's say anywhere 4 hours, greater than 4 hours on the Shinkansen, I would just use the domestic airlines. To be honest, that's what we did this past trip, and it worked out really well.
That's what my friend did too, because they stayed in Tokyo and then went up to Hokkaido for the snow festival, and they took a flight for it.
Yeah, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, from Tokyo to Hokkaido, let's just say Hakodate, because that's the first major city that you go to before you get to Sapporo. That's about, I want to say, 5 hours by Shinkansen from Tokyo to Hakodate, and then another 3 hours from Hakodate to Sapporo. So that you're looking at about 8 hours total. Meanwhile, if you do domestic air travel, that's like 1.5 hours from Tokyo. Maybe factor in another hour for just getting to the airport and getting all that stuff ready and security like that. And security is super easy in domestic. Super easy. So no hassle whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, I will say, since it was our first time, like we really wanted to do the Shinkansen, because like it's a bullet train. We've never been on one before. I want to see how fast it is.
It's always fun. The bullet train's always
But like
nice.
in the future, I would definitely consider just like taking a flight to Aomori instead of riding the Shinkansen.
I think depending on the season, the Shinkansen might still be nice to do. And also Aomori from Tokyo, not that far. I think you're looking about 3 hours.
Yeah, that one wasn't so bad. It's interesting because like we went to Gifu, which looks much closer to Tokyo, but because it goes through mountains, it takes like 5 hours.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny like that.
Yeah, I haven't been to Gifu before, but I do know around the middle part of Japan, there's like a bunch of mountains to just go through, and it's not as short as you it's not as short as a travel as you think it might be. So.
But I feel like as an American, like the fact that I can get on a train in Tokyo and go to the very tip top of the country in like 3 or 4 hours, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, if you go from Hokkaido all the way down south, I think that's still like barely 3 hours still. So it's
I know it's like
it's not that
Japan's
far.
a smaller country, so it makes sense. But like even though it's smaller, you still get like a really wide variety of like different like temperatures and environments and whatnot.
So much variety. So much variety.
It's like everything is. You can go to the mountains. You can like go down to the beach. You can go everywhere within a couple hours. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and also if anyone goes to Japan in the summer, which there's a lot of stuff that happens in the summer, but it's also probably the worst weather to go, just because it's so hot and humid. I would recommend going to Hokkaido. unless you go to like Okinawa and do the beach stuff, or just anywhere else. But if you want somewhere cool in the summer, Hokkaido and Tohoku, nice place to be at. Like,
Yeah, we were in Tokyo, right? Like during the beginning of November.
oh yeah,
There were some days where it was like almost 80 degrees still. So
it's
imagine what it's like during the summer there.
it's also very humid. Like honestly, it's weird this past trip where like Tokyo is like between 70 and 80, super hot and humid. But if you go down south, you would think it'd be hotter down there, right? Actually not. Yakushima, which is like this island off the coast of the mainland, you would think it'd be hot because it's like down south, but it was like not 50s, but around 60s and like really nice breeze.
Is that just from being near the ocean, you think?
I don't know if it's the ocean itself, but definitely there's like mountains, and I think I've read the mountains help with the air circulation and whatnot. But yeah, it's much cooler there than it is in Tokyo. Much even Fukuoka, okay? Even Fukuoka, which is also like a city with like cement and stuff like that, they're cooler than Tokyo. But Tokyo's also more dense. So Tokyo's more dense, and definitely the cement and pavement and all that stuff
Yeah.
bounces the heat a lot more. So that doesn't help. It doesn't help. But yeah. So I mean, okay, I'm glad that you made it through the airport just fine and navigated just fine.
Yeah, one thing I will say, like, going through the airport and all that's fine. The flight itself sucks.
It does. Uh, yeah,
I'm not sure where you're coming from, but I think you're also Eastern time zone, right?
yeah.
So I know for me, going to Japan was like a 13-hour trip.
Generally it's about that long.
Yeah.
Even when I was even when I came from Central, it's still about that time.
Yeah, I've never been on a plane that long before, and like my legs really hurt by the end of it.
You kind of have to
Just
walk
like being
around.
cramped in there.
Yeah, you kind of have to walk around, though. So
Yeah, that's a lesson learned for me.
yeah. Also, unless you really just want the window seats, uh, I do recommend the aisles. Like try to get an aisle seat or something. Just that way, it's easier to go in and out.
I always give my husband the aisle seat because I like him, but
You can
yeah,
still
the
take
aisle
it for
seat definitely
yourself.
seems nicer.
You can still take it. You don't have to give it to him.
No, he's got longer legs. He needs it.
Okay, fine. But yeah, it's just something you have to deal with. If you had to go to Europe, you would still have to do the same thing. It's at least 8 hours to at least the UK, you know. So I feel like it's like you just have to deal with a long flight one way or another.
Yeah, well now I know. Get up and walk around. Otherwise, your legs are gonna like feel like jelly when you finally stand up.
Yeah. I don't know if you keep your shoes on. I usually take my shoes off in the plane for when I'm like flying for that long. It just helps me relax a bit more.
I was actually confused because like when we got on the plane, they gave us like little packages of like goodies.
Uh huh.
One of which was like slippers,
Yeah.
and I was like, "What are these for?" But now I know.
Yeah. I mean, you can keep them. You can keep them. But they're for you to relax in the plane and walk around. I'm guessing you didn't take an American airline going there because that's a Japan airline kind of thing, like either Japan.
No, we took Delta.
Oh, really? And they gave that to you?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised.
Not the first flight, not like the first like just U.S. flight.
No. I'm talking about from the U.S. to Japan.
Yeah.
Delta, really?
Uh-huh.
Huh, I didn't know they did that. Okay. I know
Yeah,
that.
we had like one stewardess that was like this American lady with like a southern accent, and then the other stewardess, like half the stewardesses were like American and the other half were like Japanese, it seemed like.
Interesting. Huh. Okay, now that I know. I know when I did was it United? A few times I flew United by accident going and coming from Japan. I never got slippers from them. It's a little disappointing. But okay.
Oh, I was so jealous when you were posting pictures. Because you posted pictures of your food on the plane, right?
Yeah.
You had like ramen or something.
Yeah.
The Delta food was like super lame.
Well, I also I also had the business class, so there was that.
You had what?
Business class, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's why you had nice stuff.
Yeah. That's why. That's why.
The flights to Japan are like so expensive, and like the upgrades seemed like very intimidating. But in hindsight, I'm like, kind of wish we paid a little bit for the extra leg room and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do business class next time just because availability. I do have the points for it, but the availability is like really tight. So if I had to pick a seat, definitely if you could get at least the premium economy, I think that's worth it for that long of a flight.
Yeah, we really should, but I was just like, it's my first time. I'm very stubborn. I'm like, no, I'm gonna save money. And then you do it once, and you're like, okay, my legs need more room.
Yep. Speaking of money, though, how did you feel like the budgeting was for the trip? Was it more expensive or less expensive than you expected? The plane's always going to be expensive, regardless what you do.
Yeah, actually, I made a spreadsheet with the cost. Let me pull that up real quick.
You gotta do the spreadsheet. I know people don't think about it, but you gotta do the spreadsheet.
Well, because I get very curious, because like we want to go again, so I wanted to like look and see like how much should we spend, how much it could actually be cut down.
Yeah, I think when I do the spreadsheets, I do the accommodations and the transportation because that's the two things that's gonna eat up most of the money.
Yep.
And then souvenirs and food is actually not bad. It really isn't.
Food is so cheap in Japan.
It's
That was
ridiculously
really shocking
cheap.
to me how cheap it was.
Well, there's
Okay,
also
so
the current exchange rate, but even if the exchange rate was still like 100 to 1, like 100 yen to $1, it's still not bad.
that's true, yeah.
Like think about how much
But the rate is so favorable right now. It's just like insane how cheap food is.
like think about how much your regular lunch would cost in the US. Let's a Subway sandwich, let's just say, for comparison. Subway
Right.
sandwich, dinky little sandwich for maybe 10-15 bucks. I don't know what it costs these days, but about that much. You take that same amount of money and you get like this gigantic plate of curry with a bunch of small little sides or something like that. It's ridiculous. So.
Yeah, I mean, like the curry that we were getting was usually it was about like 1,000 yen, I'd say,
Yeah.
usually, because I would get like some stuff on it. But that was usually like 1,000 yen, which if it was 100 to 1, it'd be $10.
$10.
But it was even cheaper than that. But even if it was $10, that's still like $6 or $7 cheaper than when I get katsu curry in the U.S.
Yep.
Yes, I got my spreadsheet.
Oh my gosh.
Like a third of the cost was the flights for us, since there were two of us. Another third was probably the like hotels and accommodations and like the rail pass. And then most of the other stuff was just like shopping. Like maybe like an eighth of the cost was food, but that was it.
Yeah, it's very minor. Very minor. And even if you get like convenience store food, which is like more expensive if you think about it, it's still not bad.
No, our first night, like we got there and we got dinner real quick somewhere and we wanted like something in the evening before we went to bed. So we went to like 7-Eleven and my husband grabbed, like an Asahi and I grabbed like some little convenience store puddings and whatnot. And like we got like a beer, a soda, and I got like 3 puddings or something because I wanted to try each one.
That's a lot of pudding.
And it was like $6.
Yep, that would probably like push you to almost 20 bucks around here. The beer especially, right?
Yeah, the beer itself by itself is gonna be quite a bit.
I think a can of beer is maybe about 200-ish yen or 200 to 300. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was very I thought those places would be more expensive, but they're cheap.
I mean, you could also get the one cup sake, which is like 100 yen, and tastes terrible, absolutely terrible. And also the strong zero. Strong zero is on the cheap side, I think, too. but no, food is ridiculously cheap, guys. If you, like I said, the most expensive thing is going to be your transportation, uh, going to Japan and within Japan. Like those trains are not cheap, but they're also not, I guess, not too expensive. But they depending, it depends on how far you go.
Yeah, I would say if you're staying in Tokyo, transit's actually pretty cheap.
Pretty cheap.
Like we'd spend maybe like, I don't know, like $5 a day with the train, maybe.
Yeah, it depends on
That
also.
was all.
It also depends on how many places you go in one day.
That's true. Yeah, we usually just stuck to like when I like this is the Shibuya day, this is the Ikebukuro day.
And you stayed in, where'd you stay in Tokyo?
We stayed in Kanda, so right near Akihabara,
Okay, yeah,
because we had the most stuff to do in Akihabara.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Was Akiba all that you all you expected it to be? I guess.
And more, and more.
And more, really? Okay.
There were quite a few things that surprised me.
Okay.
Like obviously I know there's arcades and stuff. There would be intersections where you'd stand there and you could see like 4 or 5 different arcades just from like one spot.
Yeah, I think
It's wild.
I think Akiba has the most arcades just because I'm not sure if it's because that's where most of the anime stuff is, and again also a lot of visitors. But I mean, arcades are pretty common in Tokyo for the most part, though the bigger game centers are gonna be in bigger areas. Like you're not gonna find them in small neighborhoods or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in Akiba, the only arcade there that hasn't gone away, because for anyone who doesn't know, Sega Arcade is no longer around.
Well, it got bought. It's now Gigo.
Gigo is like, what the heck is Gigo? Apparently,
It's so
Gigo stands
funny.
for something.
Some of them actually still have some of the Sega branding inside. There was one we went to that still had like pictures of Sonic and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Most of them like redecorated, but there was one that was like, this is Sega still.
It's still Sega. Is that the one
Yeah.
by the train station?
God, I don't remember. We went to so many.
Okay. Anyway, the one arcade that's been there since the first time I went to Japan in 2015 was the Taito arcade down the street along the side of the train station on that side.
We definitely went to some Taito arcades.
Yeah.
So probably that one?
Yeah, I don't think I've actually gone through the arcades themselves too much. I mean, I go to Taito every once in a while, just because that's the first one I went to. So I don't know what the Sega ones have other than crane games, you know.
Yeah, so a lot of the arcades were. Well, one thing that surprised me. It makes sense. It makes sense in hindsight. Everything is so vertical in Japan.
Yes.
At least when you're in the cities. So everything is multiple floors. So like there were arcades that'd be like 7 floors, and it'd be like first 2 floors crane games, 3rd floor is like fighting games, 4th floor is rhythm games, 5th floor is retro games or coin games or whatever.
Did you
so
do
they do have other stuff.
Did you do the picture thing?
The picture thing, like the photo booths?
Yeah, photo booth.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
They did have them at some of the places.
I've never been in one because I can't be in one. I don't know if
Oh
you.
yeah, they don't let single men, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this or if anyone knows this, but if you go to the area with the photo booths, that's generally seen as a girl thing. So guys aren't allowed without a female escort, which is.
Are they afraid that like someone's gonna like attack people in the photo booth, or what's the concern? I guess.
I guess it's more like harassment. I suppose. I mean, it's probably a holdover from ye olden days of Japan. I don't know how often it happens still, but chikan is still a thing. You know what chikan is?
Right.
Okay, so yeah, so that's still kind of sort of a thing. So maybe the same thing in the photo booth might happen. So they kind of keep an eye on that. It's funny though that's happened. Though I'm gonna bring up one thing you might not know about Kiba if you haven't been into these shops for everyone. Also, there are 2 adult shops in Akiba. Right?
Mr. Fangy made me go in one. I was so embarrassed. Cause like there's like some of the buildings will have floors where they say like only women or only men.
Yeah.
But others don't. And there'd be like times where I'd go on a floor where it's all guys. I just feel like I'm sexually harassing them. Like when I'm a girl and it's all guys looking at like arrow gay and stuff. And like I feel like they're gonna be uncomfortable because I'm there.
They are, yes.
I felt so bad.
Well, here's the thing. So there's two adult shops that I know of. Very easy to spot from the Akiba station. One is right next to Akiba station, right behind the old Sega arcade. And another one is across the street, like that main street in Akiba. Like right there, out in the open, right next to an electronics store. And
Well, even just regular anime stores would usually have like a floor that's like 18 plus.
yes, but I mean, we're talking about full-on 18 plus stores, not not just the 18 plus section. Yeah, I mean, in like a bunch of anime shops, there's gonna be an 18 plus section. It like clearly marked, you know, if you're a minor, you don't go here, kind of thing. But you know, guys and girls can go in there. That's no problem. In the adult stores, there's at least in the one across the street, across the main street. There's the top floors there. No women allowed whatsoever.
Yes. Okay. So we went to the same one.
Yeah. One time, it wasn't this trip. It was a trip before. One time there was a lady, a foreigner lady, that went up there, and they got approached by staff that they said that they told them they weren't supposed to be there. So just because, you know, uncomfortableness, it's a private guy place kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get it.
Yeah, and also I do understand you want to go in there because you're curious.
It kind of sucks though, like if you're a gay girl, and they're like, no, you can't come up here. It's like, but maybe that's where I want to shop.
I mean, there are places you can do that. The one next to
most places were not gender segregated.
No, most of them are not. I think that one in particular is though. The one next to the station, that one is like, what do you call it? You can go anywhere. You can go, but it's also much smaller. It's a lot tighter. I don't like going to that one. Yes, I admit it. I go into those places, but just to look, just to look.
There were a lot of stores. That was a thing that I had a hard time with in Akiba, actually, because there's so many stores and small real estate.
Yeah,
things are very cramped.
In general,
and
in general in Tokyo, a lot of things are cramped.
Yeah, I noticed that, like, with even restaurants and stuff, but like a lot of times where it'd be like I'm in an aisle looking at something and there's no room for someone to like walk around you.
Yeah, you just
it's like I feel bad, like I'm trying to like look at stuff, but like, and also if you're like me, I have social anxiety, so it's really hard for me to like if I see someone in the way, I'll try and find a different way around places because I don't want to say like excuse me.
I think in general that I wouldn't. In general, that's just more polite. But if you have to go through someone, the sumimasen just has to come out. So.
Yeah. So it's definitely like you're gonna have to do that to get through some of those buildings.
Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. But yeah, I mean, in it's just in Tokyo in general, everything's so cramped. But if you go outside of Tokyo. How did you feel once you got outside of Tokyo?
Much more relaxed. So I've never lived in a big city or anything, so that's not an environment I'm very familiar or like comfortable with.
Yeah.
So like everything in Tokyo is like busy. You gotta keep moving. If you stop moving, you're in someone's way.
Yeah. I never liked that about Tokyo. I'll say it again. I've said this many times on my chatting stuff. I hate Tokyo. I hate Tokyo. I know that sounds weird for someone who likes Japan so much and visits Japan so much, but you got to keep this in mind. Tokyo is very cramped. Well, not very cramped, but there's a lot of places where there's like so many people. You feel so squished. And
well, that was actually something I wanted to bring up too.
Yeah.
Our Tokyo hotel room was a business hotel.
Oh, that's even smaller.
It was so small.
That's small.
So claustrophobic.
Yeah, these are things you learn the first time. Don't go to a business hotel unless you absolutely have to.
Like we had to put our luggage under the bed because there was no room for it otherwise.
I'm surprised you even had room under the bed.
Yeah, well, thankfully.
Have you
But
tried?
yeah, and then as soon as you get out of Tokyo, it's like, oh, my hotel room has like tripled in size.
Well, there's also places like that in Tokyo.
But it probably costs more money.
It's not that bad, to be honest. It's really
No?
not. No, no.
Well,
Okay,
did you do like Airbnbs and stuff?
I did one. That's not really. I did one kind of Airbnb, but um, that was a small-ish apartment. It's I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't do that particular place again or that style, because there are actually apartment hotel types that are kind of like run by like a hotel, but it's like apartments, and they're not actually too bad in price. I'm gonna have to double check. But business hotels in general, I think they charge like around $40 to $50 per person per night. Have you noticed that? That they usually charge per person whenever.
Well, yeah, almost everything in Japan was like that. I think unless you're going to like a Western hotel.
Yeah.
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 That's
So
definitely something to make sure you account for in budgeting.
yeah.
Like
So
you'll be looking on websites and be like, oh, okay, it's 150 a night. That seems reasonable.
Mhm.
But then you gotta realize, okay, it's gonna be double that if you're going with someone.
yeah. So just keep in mind, guys, whenever you book your hotels for Japan, a lot of stuff is per person. But however, you can also find a lot of stuff for cheap. Like generally, you want to shoot around 40, maybe up to $60 per person if you're on a budget for a hotel. In general, that's going to be pretty decent. Like, and also hostels are good if you can find a hostel. They're not they're nice for the budget. Maybe I mean you can also get private rooms in hostels. I didn't do a hostel this time around. The hostels I actually like to go to. They were out of business, I think. So
Was it the K's
yeah,
house?
yeah, not the K
Yeah, 'cause
house.
oh, okay.
I didn't look them up, but they probably also went out of business when COVID hit too. So
Yeah, because originally I was looking at them when we were planning our 2020 trip, but then after COVID, like
mhm.
after the pandemic,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so K House, I'm guessing went out of business. I haven't checked them out. Kao-san, I think technically didn't go out of business, but a lot of their hostels were shut down for whatever reason, and they're kind of sort of still around, but I'm not sure what the setup is. Um, this time around, for the first couple of days, I stayed in a capsule hotel, but it's not like a super old capsule hotel. The capsule hotel wasn't bad, but you have to be a lot more quiet in there than you would have to be in a hostel, I feel like.
Well, so capsule hotel, so that's gotta be really small, right?
It actually wasn't.
No?
Have you seen my pictures of the capsule that
I don't think I have.
Okay, let me just find it really quick, and I'm gonna show it to everyone here too, just so you guys know what you could expect. Now, keep in mind, not all capsule hotels are the same, but also I hear the capsule hotels are getting up in price a little bit, which I'm kind of surprised at, but I think it's just demand. But here is my capsule. So this is like the one side of the sleeping area, and then the other end of this. Well, that doesn't really show the depth. This shows more the depth. This one. Yeah, you kind of have to see this. Look at the stream for that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's actually quite roomy. I think if you had, I can fit two of me in there. Two of me in there. Also, they have like a luggage area outside the sleeping place, so you can keep your luggage there. It has all the amenities that you could need as far as restrooms and bath is concerned. This particular capsule hotel also had a floor for like a sento, so they had like a public bath.
Yeah, I saw some hotels do that.
Yeah,
There's another like recent chain. I'm trying to remember what the name is of it, but they always have like little like sento kind of like fake onsen type areas in their hotels.
Dormy Inn.
Dormy, that's what it is. Yeah,
Dormy
yeah.
Inn is really good about that. They're on the pricier side, but they're so worth it. Honestly, they're
And
so
I've heard they
worth
have
it.
like pretty cool buffets.
I didn't try the buffet in the one I had because I was in a hurry, but um, the Sento areas are nice, super nice actually. The night we met, the day we met, I was actually staying at a dormy inn in Ikebukuro.
Oh, okay.
I think that ran me about $120.
Okay, so yeah, that's definitely more expensive than
It's
like the business hotel.
it's definitely more expensive than the business hotel, but what you get for that $120 is really nice. You get the Sento, you get a really nice room. They also give you a lot of amenities, which is kind of ridiculous.
That was something I noticed with hotels in Japan. I don't know if you experienced this in other places too, but like all the places we went to were like, here's a toothbrush and whatnot.
Oh
Like
yeah,
they
yeah,
gave you everything.
yeah. So in if you're not staying in a Airbnb or stuff like that, um, most of the time you don't even have to bring your toothbrush. To be honest, you
You
don't
don't
have.
even have to bring pajamas sometimes.
Yeah, actually,
I think all of the hotels that we stayed at had pajamas.
I think yes. I didn't really notice it before. It might have been a thing. I just never did it. But this time around, I didn't even have to use my house clothes for the most part. I just used whatever the hotel had, which was nice because I didn't have to think about that laundry, just the underwear.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like as a first-time traveler, you bring stuff and then you find out you don't actually need it there.
Yeah, I mean, I would still bring like a toothbrush or your special toothpaste and whatnot, just in case you had to use it. But in
Yeah, I
general,
brought because I use like Sensodyne
yeah.
for
So
like sensitive teeth, so I brought my own.
their toothpaste are also, I think, good for sensitive teeth, but they give you
Oh,
like
really? Okay.
they also give you like this really tiny little squeeze bottle, so it's not a whole lot. It's probably
They're
good.
pretty funny when you see it the first time.
It is funny. I don't have a picture of it, but they're kind of funny. I still have a few of them actually.
I debated. I debated taking them. I was like, we could use these when we travel.
Well, the thing is, they encourage you to take as many as you need or want. So if you really wanted to, you can take like a handful. That's
I actually
fine.
noticed when we didn't use stuff,
Yeah,
or like they would like throw it out and put new stuff down.
yeah, they do
So I was
that.
like, oh, this is a little wasteful.
And it's part of the service, right? The service is just so different over there compared to what you're used to anywhere else. Really,
Definitely.
it's like it's like the best part as a traveler. The service is just that good. Even the convenience store people, service is just ridiculous.
Yeah, everyone's super nice.
Hmm.
I was shocked actually something with the convenience stores going there the first time.
Yeah.
Like when I got the puddings,
Hmm.
they gave me a spoon.
Oh yeah,
They're
they
like, here's a
do.
spoon.
They
Here's
do.
your wet wipe.
They do.
And I'm like, what? This
Yeah.
is so nice.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't have to like find a spoon or anything. They give you everything you need, unless you tell them, yeah, I don't actually need this. That kind of thing. Like you get the microwavable. Let's say you get a microwavable curry or katsudon from them. They'll microwave it for you at the convenience store,
You
and
know, I didn't know that, but
they will.
it kind of makes sense.
They
That's
will.
good to know for the future.
Hmm. They'll do that, but you can tell them that you don't want to. They'll basically ask you. I forgot what the Japanese for it is, but they'll basically ask you if you want to have it heated. You can tell them no, but if you tell them yes, they will heat it at the checkout for you, and you'll bring it hot. Yeah,
That's super cool.
and they'll also
We
give
ended up,
you a chopstick or a spoon for it too.
yeah. We ended up mostly just doing convenience stores for like snacks or like breakfast type stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't actually end up like eating any of like the like entrees there.
Hmm.
I am curious
The
in the
entrees are
future.
not bad in a pinch. There's
Yeah, and I imagine they're cheaper sometimes. Probably.
there's definitely better places if you can find the one I saw in previous trips but didn't do until this one. Hotomoto is a bento store, like a store just for bentos basically. And I had to do that a few times when I was in Yakushima because everything closes so darn early. Like most places, unless you're in izakaya, they close down by like 5 or 6.
Actually, we experienced that too. when we were in Gifu, there's a town called Shirakawago that we visited.
Yeah.
Everything there closes by like 3 or 4.
3 or
And
4.
we hadn't made reservations for like a lunch or dinner type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like every place we tried to go to was full, and then everything's shutting down. And I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna eat when we get back
Yeah.
to the
So
other place.
yeah. So keep that in mind, especially if you go into more remote areas, or at least like further out from the city. Get a reservation for some restaurants, or at least ask if they need a reservation. I've been turned away a couple of times because I didn't have one. Sometimes they'll let you in if they have an allowance for how many people they let in a night without reservations, but it's not
Yeah.
more than a few seats typically. And if it's a
Yeah, I
really
definitely
popular,
noticed a lot of places fill up and need reservations. Like not if you're doing like I guess people call it junk food. They call like curry and ramen junk food. But if you're going to like a nicer establishment, you might need a reservation.
I mean, the funny thing is, there was one soba place I tried to get into. Soba, okay? Soba's not fancy
Yeah.
in Hakodate. But by the time I got there, they asked me if I had a reservation, and it's like, oh crap, I don't. And it's like, I just had to like walk away slowly and embarrassed because I didn't have
It must
one.
have been like a very well-known place, I guess.
It was. I didn't know it at the time. I was just looking for like a random local shop. Found the place on Google Maps. Thought, oh hey, I'll just drop by here for lunch, and found out, oh hey, this actually is pretty famous according to the people in line that do have reservations. It's like, oh, okay, I should have come sooner.
Yeah, oops. We
Oops.
kind of realized like to try and eat at different times, like unusual times.
Yeah.
Just because like a lot of the little tiny restaurants only fit like 5 people at like the little bar.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the tiny little restaurants. And here's the funny thing about them: if they're not like separate like shops, like in a shopping district or something like that, they're usually attached to someone's house, like literally attached to someone's house. So they don't have a whole lot of space there, and because of that, very few seats. But it's also kind of
yeah,
it's kind of neat that you can do that. Imagine having a shop attached to your place.
yeah, I feel like there's a lot of small businesses
Yeah, I think I
and like
read.
small restaurants.
I think I watched a YouTube video about this not too long ago because of zoning laws. As long as they meet certain criteria, you can like have mixed use of the land. So you can have, let's say you have a 2-story house, as long as it meets as long as your bottom floor meets the requirements, you can have a shop down there. You can be a restaurant. You can be like a kind of store. So you do, let's say you do, what do you call it? You do the convention stuff, right? And do you sell stuff? You can,
Me?
yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay, you just do visit conventions.
I buy stuff.
Okay, but let's say you sold your merch down there on the bottom floor. You could do that, and
Yeah,
so yeah,
I think that's nice.
it's a neat.
If it means that
It's
like
neat.
smaller businesses can survive.
I mean, it's neat, but also a lot of places in Japan are walkable, except for Hokkaido. Hokkaido is not walkable. I will say this right now. Hokkaido is basically America as far as the size and distance of everything. It's
Does it still have nice transit at least? Like public transit?
transit in Hokkaido, or at least Hakodate. Hakodate has 2 main transits: the tram and the bus. The bus takes forever and a half, but you have a lot of buses, so that's not too bad. But for the most part, I mostly use the tram, and the tram is okay. I feel like a lot of people in Hakodate drove though. That was my general feeling.
Yeah, I think there's just like certain areas that are more rural that are like that.
Yeah, more rural you go, the more driving you're gonna expect. I don't like if in definitely in Gifu and Shirakawa-go, they're probably smaller. Well, Shirakawa-go, it's probably a smaller town to begin with, so there's not a whole lot of places to go to, and you can walk everywhere.
Right.
But let's say you go somewhere somewhere a little bit further out, definitely driving is the way. You might think Japan, public transportation, great and all that. Yes, it is in the cities. In the countryside, walking can be a pain in the butt. But sometimes I mean, the train stations do go to a lot of the countryside places, but at a certain point, if you're gonna be in a certain area, you're gonna have to drive. Like I had to drive in Yakushima because the buses there infrequent, so I had to drive there.
How does that work, driving in Japan?
Um,
Like legally, I mean.
Legally, you have to get a international driver's license, and the only place you can get that in the U.S. is a AAA. And
Okay.
that's really easy to do. As long as you have a valid driver's license, you can get an international driver's license.
I see, because when we were like originally planning, I kept looking at like onsen ryokan that would be like in the mountains.
Oh yeah.
And then a lot of times I would look it up. And it's like, okay, this is an hour away from a train station.
Okay,
And
for
it's
those.
like, oh, okay, so you need to drive to get there.
No, you don't.
No.
It depends, but for the most part, my experience is you actually don't. I'll tell you why. I went to a ryokan in Aomori Prefecture. Nyuto Onsen was the area. And from the train station, there is a bus to go to the ryokan place, to the onsen town. It's really the only way to get there if you don't have a car, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Okay.
But from there, usually, I say this usually, there's each ryokan has like a pickup service where they'll pick you up from where the bus stop is and take you to their place. So you could do that. But again, it depends on the place. The Nyuto Onsen area will do that. Hakone will do that. Most major ryokan places will do that. Like they'll actually pick you up. It's part of their.
Yeah, we stayed at like an onsen hotel. It's not a ryokan exactly.
Okay.
It's like one of the Hoshino resorts.
Yeah.
That's where we stayed in Aomori, and they had like a shuttle.
Yeah.
That like got us at the like the train station.
Yeah, most of them will do that. I think the one time I didn't have to that didn't do that was there was a ryokan that I went to in Yufu in near Beppu this trip. Yufu is pretty small. It's pretty walkable, so you could, for the most part, walk to most of the ryokans over there. So that's what I did anyway.
Gotcha.
But there were also some places that will actually pick you up from the train station or the bus stop, wherever it is. But if it's up in the mountains, let's say Nyuto Onsen from the most part, if they haven't changed this, will pick you up. And there's also a bus that goes to Nyuto Onsen from the train station. So
because I want like those mountain views.
Yeah.
When I'm in an onsen, I want to like look around at nature.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. With the onsen that you went to this time, did you have like an outdoor bath or something like that?
It had a waterfall.
Waterfall. That's nice.
I can show you a picture real quick if you want.
Sure. Should I put it up on screen?
Yeah. Okay. I'll show you one. I like showing it off because it was like my dream to go to this one hot spring.
Okay. Can I show the Discord share right now, or do you want me to?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
We have the Fangy in the airplane right here. So, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
This is there's the waterfall.
Yeah, there's the waterfall on the back.
Waterfall and the outdoor onsen. Wow.
Yeah, and the water was like slightly sulfurous, so it's got like that really pretty blue tint. And this one was like a private reservation one.
Yeah.
So we reserved it, so we had it all to ourselves for an hour.
Yeah, so normally you can't take a picture in the onsen, especially if there are people around. But if you're sneaky like me, you could probably do it when people aren't there yet. But don't do that.
I did the same thing. Because our other hotel had like indoor ones as well.
Yeah.
They had like private ones that you could use, and they said even though it's private, don't bring any phones in.
Yeah.
But I was like, I really want to get a picture.
Yeah, I think
because they're pretty.
I think in general, well, at least at least the one place. I mean, if it's private, it should be okay. It should be okay.
You would think, but they still have a sign, so I wasn't so sure.
And it should be okay. Should be okay. But the one time you really shouldn't bring one in there is like if there are people around. That just gets awkward for everyone, you know.
Well, yeah, you're gonna get arrested.
Maybe not arrested, but it's gonna be awkward for everyone.
But you could get arrested, probably.
Possibly.
Just play it safe. I don't want to get banned from Japan.
I mean, I will say the one time I did have a not this trip, another trip. There were two other guys with me, both Japanese, by the way. They were taking pictures of the onsen too. I just asked for permission to take a picture of the onsen. We were cool with it. But it was also a really small place, so it's different.
Yeah.
I did go to a public sento, a gigantic public sento in Hakodate, and I would not dare to take a camera in there because there's like a lot of people.
Yeah, no.
Did I tell you about this this sento where there's like mildew on the ceiling?
You did, yeah.
I don't have any pictures of it yet, so yeah, it's any pictures I show would have to be on like whatever they have in Google. Some people have taken pictures because it was empty, but I can't imagine that place ever being empty. No. But it's fun though. The onsen's fun. It's nice. How'd you get used to like you know, using the onsen? Because I know a lot of people first time are
Well, because I'm like such a weeaboo and I watch so many like Japan travel videos. Like I know everything ahead of time. Like, oh, make sure you shower and everything ahead of time. Don't let your hair get in the water, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I did use like one of the public onsen. And the one thing I was pleasantly surprised by, because you know I always hear like, oh, you only get like a little washcloth to like cover yourself with when you're like walking between the baths.
Yeah.
I was picturing like an American washcloth, but it's not. The one that at least at the hotels that I went to, it was like a very long one.
They're usually that long, yeah.
Okay, so like, because as a girl, like for a guy, it's fine if it's like a regular washcloth, but like as a girl, it's like you have to choose like, what do I want to cover up? So the fact that they had like long ones, I was like, oh, okay, this is not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, they're usually like that. Which gets a little hard to manage sometimes, just because you have to like roll it up and stuff like that.
Right, because you're not supposed to like let it get in the water or anything.
You're not supposed to, but it's kind of hard sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's. I think what a lot of people do with that once they're actually in the bath is they like fold it up and put it on your head. So
I don't have a good balance, so I just put it on like a rock.
Well, I mean, it's not hard to balance. It just kind of like sits there. Just kind of sits there.
Don't underestimate my clumsiness.
Okay. But the thing is, the people put it on their head, and I didn't get it until I tried it. To not get so hot in the onsen, it actually cools your head putting that cloth on top.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you could like soak it in cold water first.
You don't even have to do that. Just put it on your head, and you know the thing will soak because it's so humid in the bath itself. But things you learn a little bit.
The bath, the onsen that you went, or the sento that you went to, did they have a cold bath?
I think they did, but it wasn't in the same area as the place I was at. Let me just look up a picture really quick, because it was a really nice place. It's technically an onsen. It's a municipal onsen though.
So that means like owned by the government or something?
It's owned by the city.
Gotcha.
Let's see. So but it's owned by the city, but there's not a like, you know, a hotel room attached to it. It's just
right.
it's just a public bath. It's just a bath, but it's a public bath. Why can I not find it? Anyway, but you didn't have any issues with like you know, I know a lot of people aren't used, or not. Well, I don't think most people outside of Japan are used to it anyway. But like being naked around other people.
I was definitely nervous. Like Mr. Fangy had to like talk me into it, because the one that I went to, it was on the roof of the hotel, which I was like pumped about, because like oh, you get to sit in the hot water and look up at the stars. I was like kind of excited about it, but I was
Yeah.
also nervous.
Uh-huh.
But eventually, Mr. Fang was like, "Just go, just do it. You're gonna be upset if you don't."
Yeah, I mean,
And I was like,
you have to
"I'm like,
try
are you?"
it. You have to try
Yes, I'm like,
it.
like I'm walking towards the door of our hotel room. I'm like looking back, and he's like, "Keep going." So eventually, I made my way up there by myself.
Okay. At
But
least,
yeah, it was fine. I went late at night, so it wasn't like super packed or anything.
yeah.
There were just like there were like like maybe 3 other girls there.
I think most of the time I go into an onsen, there's like hardly anyone or no one in there because I probably go too early or too late. If you go around like 8, 9 p.m., usually there's a lot of people. Or
Yeah.
in Dormy Inn, the one in Ikebukuro, there was a lot of people there. But there was also, yeah, I think, yeah, there were a lot of people there. And also, I think at the time there was like what was it? A sports, high school sports team was over there too, from
Oh, okay.
what I could tell. Anyway, on the screen right now is the onsen in Hakodate. It is called Yachigashira Public Hot Spring.
It's so big.
It's huge. You see how many stalls there are there?
Those are stalls. Oh my gosh.
On the let me increase the size a little bit. On the walls, there are stalls there. You see how many stalls are on the walls?
What is in the stall?
That's where you shower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
Yeah. And that's just like one side of it too. There's still a whole other side to it.
That's wild.
And this is, I think this might be the guy's side. The women's side should be identical. Yeah. So yeah, this is the city hot springs that I went to, and the water here is like blazing hot. I think it's way above 40 degrees Celsius. Normally, onsen water, they try to keep it around 40. Sometimes 38 would be the low end of being hot. But this was, I feel like, at least 42 or 44. It was blazing hot, but it felt so good.
I like it hot, so
Yeah. Also, it
I
depends
just
on.
like live it. I could live in hot water.
It also depends on what kind of water it is. You know, some onsen water gets like super opaque, and you can't see
Yeah.
you can't see anything once you actually get in it. Some of them are clear. So
It's all based on what minerals are in there.
it depends on the minerals. I think this one is mostly iron, I think. So it was every cloth I had a reddish tint by the time I got out of here. I think my skin also
I
had a
like the
reddish
sulfur
tint.
ones.
Sulfur is also nice.
Like obviously you get the smell, which is unfortunate, but if it's outdoors, it's not so bad.
No,
The color is so pretty.
sulfur is really nice as for a hot spring. I know a lot of people associate that with rotten eggs, but it's like so good though. It's so good on your skin. It's good for your skin.
I always hear that like make sure after you like leave the onsen, don't shower afterwards to
No.
keep the minerals on your skin.
Don't shower. I mean, just pat yourself dry because you kind of have to. But no, don't shower.
I know like almost every onsen like on their websites will list like here are the different benefits and like here's the springs you should go to for like beauty.
Yeah.
If you're a girl, this one will make your skin softer.
Yeah. I think all of them do make your skin softer, but I mean the slightly more acidic ones even more so for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For obvious reasons, but
It's like exfoliating, I guess.
it's exfoliating. It's a mild exfoliating. I feel the onsen water right now. Yeah, I'm not even in hot water right now. I'm just imagining it like being.
You're back there in your head.
I'm imagining being neck down in the water and just like soaking up all the heat. And then there's a bunch of old dudes around because a lot of old people use the onsen.
They really do.
They really do. It's like you watch all those anime and games and stuff like that. It's like sexy time in the onsen. No, it's hardly that. It's hardly that.
It's Oba-chans and Oji-sans.
Yeah, it's awkward but in a different way. But you get used to it. You have to get used to it.
I definitely want to do more when we go back.
Oh yeah. I think I went through more onsen and sentos in this trip than I ever had before, just because I missed it so much since the lockdowns.
Yeah. I mean, there are some hot springs in the U.S.,
Oh, there are.
but yeah, certain states have quite a few. Colorado's a big one,
Oh, really?
but it's very different from the Japanese ones.
Obviously, you probably have to wear a swimsuit or something in there.
Yeah, you usually have to wear a swimsuit. A lot of them chlorinate the water. Um, they don't really keep like the natural setting all the time. Some of them
Mhm.
do, but others are like it's a jacuzzi, and it's like oh, you like lose that natural relaxing atmosphere, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, some onsen do have like jacuzzi baths, so you do
Yeah,
so you do get that. But yes, it's a bit it's a lot different. I want to say it's a bit different, but no, it's a lot different. Though I hear the ones in was it Switzerland or Sweden? Which one has which one has a hot springs over there? I know one of them.
I know Iceland has hot springs.
Yeah, I mean you also have to wear a swimsuit over there, but I think they also get pretty hot, and they're actually outdoors. I've seen something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean almost all the ones I went to. I think all the ones I went to in Colorado were outdoors as well.
Roars. What's this about roars?
Oh, whenever uh he's trying to catch me in a lie. Sometimes I roar loudly when I've been awake for a long time.
Nah, she hasn't done that yet.
Nope, I have caffeine.
Caffeine. Oh, you roar when you get sleepy?
No, that's not it.
Oh,
I'm never sleepy.
okay. Okay. Um, all right. But yeah, the onsen's nice. Would recommend. Would recommend, especially if you want to. You're not the most onsen you go to is not going to be like this. The one I have on screen right now. I think this is special. This is definitely special. I've never seen a sento like this ever, or even, in the ryokan, you're not gonna get anything like this.
Yeah,
This
that scale is just massive.
It's massive. If you ever are curious about this one, go to Hakodate. Please go to Hakodate. This is a very easy place to get to, and I do recommend if you ever go here, bring your own towel, bring your own soap and shampoo, because they'll charge you for that, and
Oh, really?
they will. They don't. They don't. They
I
don't.
guess that makes sense since it's a public bath.
Well,
Whereas with the hotels, they'll provide it.
it depends. I've gone to a couple of public baths that they do at least have soap and shampoo. But not all of them give the towel. The towel is usually a rental because they clean that. But for this one in particular, they give you nothing. You basically buy a ticket for the entrance, which I think is about 400 or 500 yen, and then the towel's another 300. And then if they have options also for, like, if you don't bring anything and you want everything, that's another 6, 7, 800. I forget how much it is, but you can also get just soap, and that's another 300. So it can get upwards of 1,000 yen if you don't bring anything, which
Which
is
I think ends up is like, was that like $7?
$7 or $7. It's which is pricey for a sento. Sento should not cost that much. I mean, it generally should just be admission cost, which is anywhere from 300 to 500.
For comparison, though, when I went to the American hot springs, those were usually like 20 to $30 to go to.
Yeah, so you can pay that price in Japan, but it depends on the place. In Haneda, I'm not sure if you've seen this.
I heard they have baths there.
I went to it twice, actually.
How was it there?
It's not as for me personally, I didn't feel it was as nice for the price compared to like a ryokan or even this. Well, it's never going to be the same as this sento, but because it's kind of expensive. It's actually on the pricey side. Like, I think it's almost 5,000 yen per person, which
I mean,
is
they're charging for the convenience in that
it's
case because
there's
you're right at the hotel or
yeah
the airport. I mean,
yeah the what they do offer with that money is they do have a natural hot spring there, which I think has iodine and sodium. Iodine, sodium. So the iodine makes it, a bit dark
oh, okay.
and a little bit salty. I didn't do it on purpose, but it got into my mouth a couple of times. Um,
I mean, some places will have drinking fountains with onsen water.
yeah, I think the first time I've seen that was in Beppu, and I tried drinking that for 10 yen, and I could not.
Yeah.
I just cannot. It's too much for me. But
I grew up on well water.
yeah.
My family had a well, and it was like iron based.
Mhm.
So I'm like used to the flavor of like minerals, I guess.
Yeah, but this is like super concentrated minerals. Also hot, by the way. 80, like not 80 degrees. No, probably actually 80 degrees Celsius. So it's kind of like your coffee, but salty.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, this the one in Haneda Airport does have actually natural onsen water, but it also has what carbonated a carbonated bath where there's like little bubbles that
Yeah, yeah.
show up on your skin. That's kind of fun.
I've heard of those. You know, I don't really hear about them at like onsen or like ryokan as much, but at Sento I hear about them.
They're kind of like a gimmick, to be honest. I don't know what they're good for, but they're fun.
Did you use it?
I did, but
Yeah.
they also run cooler, because if you run them hotter, then the bubbles don't form as much. I feel like.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so they run around 38, I think. Like, and let's just remind everyone, hot bath water is around 40 typically, 40 Celsius. But the really nice thing about them, about that place, is they did have the jacuzzi thing. Well, it's not really a jacuzzi; it's more like a jet,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
really really strong jet. And I was in there for at least 30 minutes just using that thing. It's super relaxing. They also have the saunas. They have a lot of sauna rooms over there that you can just like. So there's the regular sauna, which goes up to basically almost 100 degrees Celsius, which is almost boiling. By the way, super hot, but that's normally how they do it. I can't stay in there for longer than 5 minutes. It's too much for me.
I've never been in a sauna because for me it's like, why would I be in hot air when I could be in hot water?
Well, it's also a thing in like Sweden and all those places. They like their saunas over there, so probably because of that, it made its way to Japan too.
I mean, it must have some kind of health benefit or something, some reason people do it.
Circulation, I guess. That's about it, really. But otherwise, for me, the air is a little hard to breathe, but it's also like super hot. But that's the regular sauna I can be in. They also have like a herbal sauna where there's a pot in the middle with like that steaming of, like your herbal aromatherapy.
Oh yeah, that sounds nice.
It sounds nice, but I cannot breathe the air in there. I also cannot stay in there for longer than 2 seconds.
Is the smell so strong?
The smell is so strong, and it feels hotter than a regular sauna somehow. I don't think it is, but the smell is so strong, and the air is so thick because of that, because of the herbs. So some people, some people have like stayed in there. I don't know how they do it.
I've heard of some places doing like oranges. That could be nice. Not too strong.
It could be nice, but that was not the case here. I don't know what they had in there, but it was super
Potpourri,
strong.
probably.
Probably. They did have like lower heat saunas that like around 37 degrees, 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Those ones were, what do you call this? Mixed gender. So, but you also at that point were like wearing the bathrobe that that you get from the entrance fee. So you wear the bathrobe, you get a towel, put down the towel on the floor, and basically just lie down there, relax. That's what they have over there in the Haneda airport. but it costs a lot for. Personally, I feel like it's expensive, but it's a convenient thing to do.
It's part of the idea of like Japanese businessmen coming back from overseas, and then they can afford to use it.
Probably. You do get the onsen for free if you stay in their hotel. But and the hotel is not actually not too expensive. I think it's about 100. No, actually no, it's more expensive than that. Never mind. It's expensive. Um but you do get to use the onsen for free if you stay at their hotels. But if you were just there for the facilities, it's almost 5,000 yen, which is roughly about $35, which doesn't sound bad, but if you are in Japan, that's quite a bit to pay for that. There used to be a onsen park in Odaiba.
Oh, Oedo?
Yeah, but they closed down. I don't know how long ago. I think they're just renovating or something, but it's a very long renovation.
Yeah, if you want to do onsen, a lot of the times you have to like go outside of Tokyo.
Yep, outside Tokyo. The one hot tourist area for onsen would be Hakone because it's close.
Yeah, and there's like views of Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji. I didn't get any views of Mount Fuji though. The first when I went there. Also, I didn't. I just got the cheapest ryokan that I could find at the time. Did not a whole lot of research, and the ryokan itself was like ancient. Basically, it sounds nice, but it's like super rustic, and the baths were tiny, which was not what I expected. Basically, the food was really good though. That's about the only nice thing I could say about that place.
I mean, that's a big deal with the ryokan, right?
Oh
the food.
yeah, the food is a huge
Like
deal.
that's like half of what you're paying for.
It is. So basically, just like okay, for just as a reference for anyone who's wanting to stay in a ryokan but don't know how much it costs. A ryokan, a mid-range ryokan is probably going to cost you upwards of 20 to 30,000 yen per person. That works out. Let's say 30,000 yen. They don't usually cost that much, but let's say they did. That roughly works out to about $200 per person. Now, that sounds expensive, but what do you get for that $200? You get a really fancy dinner and a really good breakfast, and also just being able to use the onsen, relax, all that stuff. And you really only stay there for one night. That's it.
Yeah, it's more like a relaxing thing. It's not like I'm in Japan for a week, I'm gonna stay here the whole time.
No, you would go broke very, very fast.
It's like a special treat.
It's a very special treat, but it's still a very nice treat. So
Yeah.
would recommend if you can fit it in your itinerary, and would recommend doing that near the end of your trip.
Yeah, because you'll want those like the relaxation to like recover from the rest of the trip from all
Yeah.
the walking and everything.
Oh yeah, you definitely would want that. Definitely want that. I mean, you walk a lot in Japan to begin with. If I think the average steps I've done was around 10 to 12,000 a day, from what I've seen.
I didn't do any tracking, but it was definitely a lot. And I want to say, for your first time to Japan, if you don't have really nice walking shoes, you should probably get some and make sure they're like properly fitting.
Yep.
Because I see a lot of people on like the Japan travel subreddit who say like, "Oh my gosh, I've been here 3 days and my feet are covered in blisters," and that won't happen if you have good shoes.
Good shoes, no sneakers.
You've already worn before.
Yeah. Flat shoes, probably not the best thing to use. You will be walking a lot.
Yeah, my husband normally wears like exclusively Vans. And I was like, no, you're not wearing those to Japan. You
No.
gotta get sneakers. We're taking you to the shoe store. You're gonna get sneakers.
You could possibly also use Crocs, but why?
Basically, you want something with cushioning.
Yeah. You could use Crocs, like I said, but you really don't want to. I know there's a lot of.
So this is sorry.
No, big one.
I'm a Crocs hater, and I've gotten in trouble because there was like one time where I was at like a family event with my spouse, and I was just trash talking Crocs. I don't even know how it came up, and then I looked down, and my mother-in-law's wearing Crocs
Oh no.
while I'm trash talking them. Oh my god!
Oh no.
So I have like Crocs trauma. I'm like afraid to say anything bad about them,
How did that go?
but I hate them.
How did that go?
It was awkward.
Okay. I was just curious. I mean, let's just be honest. Crocs look weird, but the people who do wear them seem to like how comfortable they are.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying though, for anyone who likes to wear sandals, sandal type things,
Or like high heels or any like fancy shoes.
don't do that
Don't
in
do
Japan.
it.
Don't do that in Japan. Your feet will hate you.
Yeah, like I have this thing where like I like wearing these Kitty Mary Janes. Like even my model has them on her.
Yeah.
If you ever see the full body. So
th-
I'm always like, oh, if I'm meeting up with people, I want to wear my kitty shoes.
Is it on your thing right now?
I don't know if this one is. Let me see.
Let me see. Let me bring it up. Oh, it kind of shows.
Is it on this one? Because
It's a
some
little hard.
artists will draw it and others won't.
Okay,
You can kind of
it's
see there's like a little kitty.
kind of. It's kind of.
Yeah, but they're based on real shoes that I own.
Okay.
So like they're kind of like my like signature clothing article. So I always want to like wear them when I meet up with people, but I was like, I can't bring this to Japan.
You
I would
could.
destroy my feet.
I mean,
I would destroy them.
You could, but you wouldn't be using it all the time.
No.
No. Yeah, and also it would like take up way too much space in the luggage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was something I wanted to mention.
Okay.
You should check ahead of time if you're gonna be in Japan for a while. Like I know I was there for 2 weeks. Ruka was there for even longer. Check your accommodations and see if they have like washers and dryers.
Oh yeah, that's
like just
important.
because you're gonna be there for multiple weeks doesn't mean you need multiple weeks of clothes.
You know, you
Like
don't.
a lot of hotels will have stuff there to clean.
Yeah, generally, even on a longer trip, I did almost 1 month. I did, and you do want to do laundry. You don't want to like take 1 month's worth of clothes. That's just physically probably not the best idea anyway. 1 week, 1 week of clothes is probably the most you should ever bring.
That's what we did. We brought 1 week and then we
Mhm.
washed it.
Yeah. I will say though, even if you don't have washers and dryers in your accommodation, you should be able to find like a coin laundry, laundromat in Japan, or at least in the area, unless you're like super out there in the boonies. Even in Yakushima, there was a coin laundry area, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
I mean, it makes sense. Like if people are in small apartments, they might not have washers and dryers in them.
So in apartments in Japan, most will have a washer, but almost no one has a dryer.
I see.
So have you noticed when you were going through Tokyo or just walking around that people had clothes hanging out everywhere?
I didn't notice that in Tokyo, but I did notice that like in the countryside.
Okay, that's not because they do it. It's not because that's their preferred method. It's because they don't use a dryer, so
Okay.
they have to hang it. It's still better for your clothes at the end of the day, but that's because most people don't use a dryer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the only places I know I've seen dryers are laundromats, and I think most people who do that is, travelers who need to get stuff dried quickly, or in general, if you just need to get things dried quickly, people would use that, but it's in the laundromats. Now, quick laundromat tip if anyone needs to use a laundromat, I think also in accommodations, this is a thing, unless otherwise noted. You don't have to buy detergent for the most part. In some places, the detergent is separate, but they'll usually provide it. But in a laundromat, typically you don't have to bring any detergent. The detergent is dispensed automatically in the washer itself.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the first time I did that in Hiroshima, I was kind of confused if I had to like bring anything with me, but after some fumbling around, it's like, okay, I kind of figured out the laundromats did everything, and I didn't have to worry about it. So that's nice. The
Yeah, it kind of feels like everything you need is gonna be there already for a lot of stuff.
Japan is very convenient that way. Super convenient. It's ridiculous how much convenience there is. It's like, does it stop anywhere? I assume it does in some places, but for the most part, they make it very easy to just travel, basically. Super easy. The hotels, the convenience stores, the trains, the laundromats, and if you had to get assistance with reservations and anything, you could ask your accommodation to help you with that, because you know you're not going to have a phone number or a way to call for the most part. So yeah, so easy to travel, even alone, by the way, even alone.
And even if you don't know Japanese.
Even if you don't know Japanese, though, you know, it's still recommended to at least learn some basics. And if you want to take a step further, definitely do some studying of some sort, either
Yeah,
self-study
like I
or
wasn't able
something.
to like learn much Japanese, like the language before going.
Yeah.
But even just learning like the alphabet, like learning hiragana and katakana helped.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd be like, okay, I'm looking for a restaurant called Maru. And it's like, okay, which of these buildings is it? Oh, well, now I can recognize some of the letters, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Google Maps will help you get there, but sometimes Google Maps isn't that great on pointing you where the actual place you're trying to get to is.
Well, and also when stuff is so vertical in Japan,
Yeah.
like Google Maps can take you to a building, it won't necessarily tell you like which floor to go to.
No, it won't. It won't. So yeah, Google Maps is still useful, but for actually finding the place, you kind of have to do your own thing. Um, However, the one thing I did find very useful is if you find yourself in a, let's say, a restaurant, and this has happened quite a bit, in a restaurant that doesn't have an English menu,
Google Lens.
Google Lens.
Oh yeah, it's a lifesaver.
It's a lifesaver.
The only time I had trouble with it was with like handwritten stuff.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Anything that was printed, it worked great.
Have I actually run into any hand printed stuff? I think the only place I've seen hand printed stuff is like some restaurants will have their menu on the wall.
Yeah, like specials written or something.
Yeah, and then that one is where all the handwritten stuff, and you can't use Google Lens on the wall because Google Lens cannot read that.
Yep.
Like some stuff will be on the wall but not on the menu. Like one time I went to a local restaurant and I was asking for an omurice, and I didn't think about it at the time, but they followed up in Japanese, did you want a set with that? And I, without thinking about it, yes. And then off they went. They gave me the omurice set, but when I looked at the menu again, there's no omurice set on the menu. It's like, wait, where did the set come from? Why do I have so much food on my table?
Well, I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen at restaurants in the U.S. too. I think sometimes it's like we added something to the menu, but we don't want to reprint out everything.
Yeah, I guess. But and then I looked at the wall and it's like, oh, wait, that's where the set came from. I didn't even know this came in a set. And I have all this food I have to finish off on the table. And I don't feel that hungry. But I did it anyway.
Yeah, and there were a couple of restaurants we went to where like it would say on the menu that if you didn't eat all your food, you get like charged extra.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I saw that at a couple places.
What kind of places?
It was at Torikizoku, I think is what it was called.
Okay.
The yakitori place
Yeah.
that we went to had something like that.
Yeah.
Because I went like second time with Mr. Fangy.
Uh-huh.
And I ordered a bunch again, and then Mr. Fangy was like, "Why did you do that when it's 2 of us and not 8 people?" And then I was like crying while like eating yakitori. I'm like, I'm so full.
Yeah, so FYI, in Japan, you're kind of mostly expected to finish off like 90% of the food that you have, or all of it, basically. So don't order more than you can eat, because you can't take that stuff with you. Like in the US and Canada, it's very common to have like doggy bags, right? You take take the
Right,
food.
that's not a thing there at all.
Yeah, I think some places in Tokyo are starting to do that, but in general they don't because it's kind of gross to them. Also, it's just not part of the culture.
Well, and I think also like a lot of places that aren't like, you know, like yakitori where you order a bunch of different things.
Yeah,
The places where you're just ordering a meal, like you're just getting curry or something, like it's portioned appropriately.
it's portioned appropriately. But
Like in the U.S., you have to take stuff home because it's big.
yeah, that's also true. I did notice that U.S. portions are usually good enough for 2 or 3 people, but a lot of people order it just for themselves.
Yeah, I was scared in Japan because like I kept reading online like, oh, Japanese portions are so small. So I was
They're
like, well,
not
what if I order
small.
something and I'm not, you know, I'm still hungry? So I was kind of scared, but they really weren't that small. I
They
was
were
always
not that
full.
small. I mean, I don't know where the
Like
small came from.
they're smaller than American portions, but that doesn't
Yeah,
mean they're small.
no, they're not. Actually, the meals bring you up to full pretty easily. Now, if you go to an izakaya where you like order a lot of small stuff, sure, okay, you can pace yourself, and those are going to be small, but they're meant to be like not really bite size, but you know, it's a smaller dish, right? Like the yakitori, you get 2 skewers. 2 skewers doesn't sound a lot, but when you have 2 skewers times 5, that adds up in your stomach. So
It does, but it's so good.
it's good. Just make sure to, you know, not order too much, otherwise, yeah, it's just kind of bad.
I think the food is one of the things I miss the most already.
It is also how cheap everything is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and not having to tip is nice.
not having to tip
I
is
love that
nice.
like you can look at the menu and you're like, okay, I know what everything's gonna cost me.
Yep.
I don't have to do math.
No, you don't. Also, by the way, I know cash was a huge thing in Japan before the pandemic. It's not so much it's still a huge thing now, especially if you go to the countryside. However,
That's
you
what I was gonna say. Yeah, Tokyo was fine, mostly with card. In the countryside, we still needed cash for most of the
yeah.
restaurants.
I mean, always have some cash with you, but if you're in a city, you have a lot more options now than you used to. Credit cards before were limited to mostly Visa and Mastercard. If you have other credit cards, you can possibly use them now. Uh, I think that you take Apple. Some places take Apple Pay. I don't think they take Google Pay yet. The one huge thing that was mainly just for convenience stores is that the Suica or whatever IC card you have, you can use that as payment.
Oh, and vending machines. Like most vending machines will accept it.
Yeah. Well, some vending machines do. There's still a lot that only take coins, but yeah, if you don't want to have to juggle the change, and you will get a lot of change if you use
Put it on your
cash,
Suica.
put it on your Suica. I still like using cash because that's what I was used to, but if it's more convenient, use a better convenience, just for yourself, because what ends up happening if you use a lot of cash, you have like a if you're probably gonna want to like bring a coin purse of some sort, and that coin purse gets very very heavy with
It really does.
100 yen, 500 yen,
10
50,
yen.
10 yen, and the annoying 1 yen coins. You can't get rid of the 1 yen coins very easily. No one takes
What's
those.
gonna cost 1 yen?
Well,
Nothing.
you can use that to like bring it up to well, nothing really, because a lot of menu items are rounded to like tens.
Yes, we fed all of ours to the Suica machine.
Yeah, so the 1 yen coins, if you have to get rid of them, the convenience stores have like donation boxes. Or speaking of donation boxes, use that in the shrines. Though shrines, you typically want to use a whole 5 yen coin.
Oops.
Why? What would you do?
I just used random coins. I didn't know there was a specific
Nah,
one.
I mean it's more of a tradition than an actual thing. But in general, the 5 yen coin is used for the donation boxes, and usually you only just use 5 yen coins. But if you want to
So,
get, yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna. Well, you can continue first.
Okay, so but if you really want to get rid of your 1 yen coins, you could just drop all your 1 yen coins in the donation box. I don't know if that's looked down on, but you could. Um, I've also sometimes used like 100 yen coins in the donation box if I was feeling particularly generous. I hear most people don't do that. I think most people just do up to 10 yen coins at most. But 10 yen coins are at least usable in vending machines. 1 yen coins and 5 yen coins are not.
So did you like go to shrines?
Yeah, I do it once in a while. Yeah, especially if
Because
it's
we went. Oh, sorry.
no, it's like especially if it's like a remote area and I know I'm not gonna be there for like maybe ever. Like let's say there's a shrine that carved out in the middle in the side of the mountain, and it took me like an age and a half to hike over there. I will visit the shrine because holy crap, I made it there, you know? And
Yeah.
it's like I'm kind of thankful I made it there. So I will drop coins there and like, thank you. Thank you. Kind of thing.
Yeah, so we went to a couple of shrines and I was like very anxious at first, like the proper behavior. And I kept trying to Google it, and like different sites would say different things and like how many times you clap and stuff like that. So my husband was like, let's just watch the people
Yeah.
that were going up. And they all did different things too.
It's actually a little different from one place to another. I think the general thing is when you're at the shrine itself, you all most of the time, yeah, there's like a fountain of some sort where you
Yeah, and you wash your hands.
wash your hands and supposed to like touch the mouth also. Um and then once you
I
actually
think people stopped doing that a bit because of COVID.
probably, yeah. But that was definitely more common before COVID. But in the actual donation box itself, um, most people, I think they toss a coin first. Yeah, I think they usually toss a coin first, and then the procedure is, in general, from what I've seen, clap twice, bow once, clap again. I think I'm missing a bow somewhere, but you can see where the confusion is and why some people do it a little bit differently.
Yes. Also, at one of the shrines we went to, I bonked my head on
Oh,
like the roof of the thing. I don't know, like
was it
I bonked
small?
my
Was it a
head
small
though.
shrine?
Huh?
Was it a small shrine?
I guess so.
Wait a minute, how did you? What did you bonk your head again?
It was like after I put the coin in, I put my head back up. I bonked it on something, and an old Japanese man laughed at me.
There shouldn't be anything to bonk though.
I got bonked.
You got bonked by the
I got
shrine.
bonked.
Wow. Wow. I didn't think it was possible. The only thing I can think of that you could probably be bonked by is the rope.
Maybe it was the hand washing area. I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find pictures of it.
Well, let me just show you guys a example of a shrine. The donation part of the shrine. So this is the one that I went to on the side of the mountain. And the shrine, the donation box is right behind the rope. The rope has like a bell attached to it typically, and you toss your money in there, do your prayer. Well, I think you toss the money in there, ring the bell, do your prayer, and then leave. But they kind of even for this tiny shrine, I can't see where you would hit yourself. But not all of them look like this. Generally, though, they kind of look like this. So I'm still confused.
Me too now. I'll have to ask Mr. Fangy what it was I bonked my head on.
Yeah, I'm trying to find another picture of a shrine.
It was at the shrine in Shirakawa-go though. I bonked my head on something.
Shirakawa-go. I haven't been to Shirakawa-go, so I'm not exactly sure what it
It's
looks
super
like.
pretty there.
I bet. Did they have the fall colors already, or was it still mostly green?
There was a little bit of fall colors, but mostly green still, I'd say.
Mm.
Which is funny though, because then we went up north to Aomori, and like all the leaves are gone almost.
When did you go in Aomori?
We went to Aomori. I think it was like November 11th ish.
Yeah, I mean, this year was also weird as far as weather was concerned, so not exactly sure if the leaves just died sooner. Here's another shrine, a little bit bigger shrine in Saga Prefecture. Even I'm looking at this, I still don't see anywhere you would bonk yourself at except the rope, and the rope is usually in front of you.
I think it must have been at the little hand washing area.
The hand washing area. Yeah, the hand washing area typically has like a roof, but unless the roof is like super, unless the thing is like super short, which could happen, which could happen. Um, yeah, it depends. I guess it depends. Oh, if you go back, or when you go back, I recommend visiting the Issei Shrine.
The which shrine?
Issei in
Issei?
yeah, Issei. It's kind of far out there. I think you have to go to Nagoya, and then from Nagoya you take a local train or an express train to get there. But basically, it's out there in the countryside. It is the main Shinto shrine in Japan, and absolutely no pictures or videos in the main part of the shrine. Absolutely none.
Oh, really?
They watch that. They absolutely watch that. But it is a very nice place to visit, and also the hand washing area isn't your typical hand washing area. You actually go to a river to do that.
That's kind of cool.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's mostly nature out there though, so like
that's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff. That's a good. When people say you have to go outside Tokyo for the quote unquote real Japan, they mean nature, I think. But also Tokyo is like super busy, and if you like the city life, you'll probably like Tokyo. But even Kyoto and Osaka, which is also city, isn't quite as claustrophobic, hot, busy as Tokyo. They're still busy in their own right, but not as bad as Tokyo. It's different.
I definitely felt relaxed once I got outside of Tokyo.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I had a ton of fun there. I would go back to Tokyo to do more stuff there.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
For like long periods of time, I definitely would prefer being in the countryside.
Yes, I mean Tokyo is nice and all that. There's places you can go to that you won't see anywhere else. Like there's no Akiba outside of Tokyo. Akiba is in Tokyo, but Tokyo is more than Akiba, Shibuya, all the stuff that you know about Tokyo, basically. Now, Tokyo does have some quiet areas, but even those quiet areas and residential areas don't feel quite the same as outside of Tokyo.
There was actually this one little shrine near our hotel, which is just like in the middle of Tokyo, but it was like super peaceful and quiet around it.
Oh yeah,
I was kind of surprised.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. A random shrine in the middle of all this, all these buildings. Oh yeah, more likely than you think. More likely than you think. And it's just kind of nice to just go there and escape everything, at least for a little bit. At least for a little bit. But yeah, I am curious though. I kind of wanted to ask this earlier, but didn't think of it. But what made you want to go on for this trip in this season? Like, were you looking for fall specifically, or
yeah, so basically didn't want to do summer because I knew about the high humidity and heat, which I'm really bad with. I didn't really want to do winter because I hate ice. I've like tripped on ice before and like broken bones and things from that, so I'm like very paranoid about ice.
Okay.
And Mr. Fangy was like, I don't really want to bring like a big coat and stuff either. So it was kind of between spring and fall, and spring is expensive because it's cherry blossom season.
Okay.
So fall is kind of the perfect season, in my opinion, for going. At least for me.
Spring's not bad. I think I went to spring the first time just because that was a friend I was visiting at the time. was when we could do it before he left Japan. So spring's not bad, but it's busy. It's definitely busy. I do not
Yeah, for me, it's mostly like concern about the cost.
yeah.
Because I think like hotels and things cost more, and the flights cost a bit more in that season.
Well, that was also a long time ago, so I don't know how it's scaled from then. But fall in general is nice. The only bad thing for me in fall is that the sun goes down so freaking early.
That's true. That's fair.
It,
For us though, because of the jet lag, like we kind of went to bed early anyway, so
you'll do that. You'll
and
do
we're
that
not like
regardless.
nightlife people either.
Mhm.
So
You'll do that regardless, whether it's fall, spring, winter, what have you. Um, I do notice that at least for the first few days to a week, I will sleep around 8 or 9 p.m.
yep,
In
yep.
Japan when I usually don't do that here. I mean, look at the time right now. It is almost 9 Eastern, and we are still wide awake. By this time I would be in bed.
Yeah, honestly, the first night we got in Japan, I think I went to bed at like 7
We,
because I could not sleep on the plane at all.
well, I mean that's fair. That's fair. That's a different situation. I don't think.
I just passed out.
Yeah, you didn't even have dinner that night.
We did have dinner because we got into Tokyo around like 2, and then we eventually got to our hotel, like around like 4 or whatever,
Okay.
after like doing airport stuff and
Yeah.
trying to figure out how trains worked. And then we basically like walked to a curry place, ate curry, came back, went to 7-Eleven to get some dessert, and then I was just like passed out.
Fair.
Like some people will plan to do stuff on the first day in Japan.
No, you cannot.
I don't think you should do that.
Well, it's okay. I should say this. You probably can if you're coming from Asia, but if you're coming from Europe or the U.S., I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I would say just like get dinner somewhere that's like nearby that you can just walk to.
Mm-hmm.
Check out convenience stores. Don't plan on like going shopping and stuff.
No. Yeah.
Like if you get there and you feel great, then sure, but don't plan on it.
Yeah, my recommendation, especially, it doesn't matter if it's your first time or 10th time or whatever, until you know how you deal with it, I guess. Um, your first day in Japan should be just to rest. Holy crap, you had a long flight. Rest. I know you tried to sleep on the airplane, and if you did sleep, great, but you still need to rest when you get there. Because I don't know about you, after I get off the plane, even if I get like 5 hours of sleep, let's say, which is what I normally get anyway, I feel like the jet lag is gonna hit you and you can't think as straight. So the only capacity my head has when at the airport is get all the business done that I need to do at the airport, get to the hotel, get some food, and rest. At least that's how I am.
Oh yeah, I don't know if it's like this for you too, but like after a long flight like that, I think actually the first thing we did before we got food, when we got to the hotel, I was like, I'm hopping in the tub. Like after being on a plane for like 13 hours and in the airport for like 3 hours and whatnot, I was like, nope, it's bath time.
It's bath time. Definitely use the bath if you can. If your place has a bath. If you're in a hostel, there's probably not gonna be a bath. It's
Yeah, probably like a shower.
it's a shower, but hot water helps. But if you do have a bath, go in that bath, soak in there for as long as you can. Or if you know a place around where you're staying, like a public sento, go to that public sento and soak there.
It'll help you feel alive again after the huge flight.
Yeah, I just highly recommend public sentos in general, regardless of the people you run into over there. We be it old people, yakuza, whatever. Just go there. I mean, everyone's there to take a bath, even the yakuza.
Yakuza need baths too.
They actually do. I'm kind of surprised. I think I ran. Not. I think I saw 2 yakuza people in the public sento I went to in Tokyo this trip. So it's like, okay, they're here too. It's cool. Just yeah, we just don't mess with them. Yeah.
It's interesting interesting because like you usually hear about how you're not allowed in the baths if you have tattoos.
It depends on the place, really. It depends. If it's like a neighborhood cento, I think they're more open about it. But if it's like a ryokan or some place where there's going to be a lot of visitors, I think it's more like, yeah, we need to set some rules about this, or the rules that, yeah, some places are okay, some places are not. Just check. But public centos typically don't care as much,
That's interesting.
from what I could tell.
Because I was looking up like various onsen and stuff, and I definitely saw people like complaining, like Americans to be like, I got turned away because I have a tattoo.
Yeah.
I'm not Yakuza.
No, but
And it's like it's their rules.
it's the rules. If you go to a ryokan with an onsen or like an onsen in general, always check if you have tattoos and they accept tattoos. I think the ones in Yuto Onsen, they're okay with tattoos.
Some of them are okay if you like cover it up too.
Yeah.
Some will let you do that. They'll like let you put like a sticky thing over it.
Yeah, I think in Hakone in general they don't allow it. From what I could tell, I know in Yufu in down south, and the one I went to does not allow it. You would have to get a private bath if you did that, and you can reserve a private bath too. So
Yeah, and if you're going like with a partner, you might want to do a private bath anyway.
yeah,
If it's like a mixed
it's-
gender couple.
if it's available, just know that if you do want to get a private bath attached to your room, which some ryokans do have, it is gonna cost.
Pricey.
It's expensive. Also a lot smaller, but you might not care about that as much. But expensive.
Yeah, that's definitely something like I looked into, and I was like, whoo.
It's 10,000. It's at least 10,000 yen more.
Yeah.
So I do kind of want to try it one time, just because, but I wouldn't have anyone to share the bath with, so it's like, okay.
You gotta do it for like a special occasion, like treat yourself for like your birthday or something.
Like I mean, personally, I just want to go back to that bath in Hakodate. I'll go there anytime. I would go there every day if I could, but it's a good 15 minutes plus 5 minutes to walk from where I was at. Still
That's
worth
how I
it.
feel about the Aomori one we went to. I just like really like that hotel and the hot spring.
Hot spring water is nice.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I know we don't have the volcanoes and the geothermal stuff around here to really have that, but I wish we did. But
Yeah, it's just it's a couple of states, like Colorado, New Mexico, I think maybe Arizona, California. Places like that will have hot springs.
but even then, even if they do have hot springs, the culture just isn't quite the same around.
No.
So
No, and like when some of the ones we went to, like we get in there and it's like Americans talking loudly while drinking alcohol. I'm like, this isn't relaxing.
it really isn't.
This isn't what I wanted.
No, it isn't. So I mean, I know a lot of people are like, but I want to talk. I want to do that. But most people are here just to relax. So they tend to be quiet. Though I will say though, at least in the guys' bath, in the Dormy Inn, the high schoolers, I think they were high schoolers. I couldn't tell. It's really hard to tell sometimes. They're either high schoolers, but anyway, the sports team, not really being rowdy or anything, but they were definitely not quiet either. And you're
Yeah, students are gonna student.
it's not like you're not allowed to talk in the bath, but because I've definitely seen people talk in the bath. People have talked to me in the bath, and I've seen people talk amongst their friends in the outdoor bath too. So it's not like it's not allowed. It's in general, you're there with a lot of strangers, and it's not America where people chat up strangers all the time. They're just kind of minding their own business. So
Yeah.
they're not really up to talk to people they don't know.
They probably especially like foreign people.
Yeah, the only time that's happened to me in the bath was this trip, and that was because I had a towel from Beppu, and they noticed it, and
Oh.
it's like, oh yeah, that's a towel from Beppu, right? In Japanese, and it's like, and couldn't understand them, so I was trying to play it off. It's like, what'd you say? Oh, and then they noticed I wasn't Japanese, so it's like, okay.
Yeah, I guess that's my fear if someone tried to talk to me in the bath, because like that's the one time I don't have my phone. So like I would absolutely not be able to communicate if I didn't understand.
Yeah, the problem with me is Japanese will think I'm Japanese, or at least think that I understand Japanese at least half the
Right.
time.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I'm Asian, but not your stereotypical Asian. But it's like I can look Asian, I can look Mexican.
Uh-huh.
So it's like
Got that like ambiguity.
it's
The ambiguous look.
I'm ambiguously brown. That trope, but it's a real thing. So
I actually experienced not being mistaken as being Japanese, of course.
mhm.
I'm a blonde white girl.
Yeah.
But I was trying to like speak Japanese when I could, because it seemed to me like I felt like that's polite.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, oh, I'm in Japan, you know, if I can try and not inconvenience people, I should. But I a couple times got into this problem where I would say something in Japanese, and they would respond with Japanese I don't know.
Oh, that's the worst. But it
Yeah,
happens
and
all the time.
and my husband was like, "You should just use English to begin with." It's like, but I'm trying.
I'm
I'm trying not to be the annoying foreigner.
I try that too, and then when I give up, it's like, oh, somebody saying, 僕は日本語わかりませんでした. It's something like that, something along those lines. It's like, okay.
Yeah, like I got like a taiyaki from someone, and he was like asking what flavor I want. I was like, oh, I want azuki, and so I guess he thought I knew Japanese. And then he kept trying to talk to me, and like he was very enthusiastic. I was like, I don't know what he's saying.
The worst
I'm
part.
So sorry.
The worst part is they really want to talk to you, and you really want to reciprocate, but you don't have enough language skills to do it, and it becomes awkward for everyone.
Yeah,
afterwards.
and actually, only like 3 people talked to us our entire trip that weren't like employees or like like restaurant staff. And one of them, the person who was like the most enthusiastic about having a conversation with us, was this really older gentleman who had a hard time hearing. So like, I'm using English, and also I'm kind of a quiet person in person because I'm shy, and like my voice doesn't like carry as well. So I'm trying to communicate with him, and he's like asking me to repeat stuff, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I will say though, if you do get into a conversation and you can carry on a very basic conversation, old people are great to talk to over there.
Oh yeah, I mean he was like super interested in like why we were there, because this was in Takayama.
Yeah.
And he was like, why are you here? You know, like why aren't you in Tokyo and places?
Well, I mean, doesn't Takayama have like a lot of foreign visitors, or at least that you saw? I feel like a lot of a decent
I mean,
amount.
it's definitely like not like Tokyo does, but there were other foreigners like at our hotel.
Yeah.
It was mostly Japanese people.
Yeah.
I'd say. But he was very curious about everything and like asking us questions about like where we were going and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of I think the further you go out in the countryside and they can tell that you're not from Japan, they definitely get they get curious as to why the heck are you all the way out here, and valid.
Well, and also like if they're in the countryside, like they probably see tourists less, whereas like in Tokyo, like they're probably used to seeing foreigners. Whereas in the countryside, they're like, oh, this is something different.
Yeah, it is. It is. But honestly, I feel like at least for the people who go back to Japan multiple times and don't like Tokyo, they tend to go to the countryside more, just because it's quieter there, it's nicer there.
It's pretty.
It's pretty. Especially if you go in the right seasons, it's prettier.
It's got the best hot springs.
Yes, it does. Like, I don't know where most people generally go to have their hot spring experience. I think Hakone is the easiest place to get to.
Yeah, because it's close to Tokyo.
It's close to Tokyo.
Yeah.
But I think the best hot springs you're gonna find are probably in Tohoku and Hokkaido, further up north. So, not saying that Kyushu doesn't have any good hot springs. Beppu is a hot spring town, by the way. So
Yeah, that's like
Beppu,
what there's multiple towns like that where that's what they're known for.
yeah, that's
That's
what
their
they're known
thing.
for. The thing about Beppu also is that you can get hot spring water piped into your house there.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like you pay like a hot spring tax or something, but you can have hot springs for your bath.
Yes, it
I've
is a
also
pain though.
heard this is another thing that's really
Yeah.
cool. In some of those locations, your driveway could be geothermically heated,
I don't think I've heard
like for
about
the
that one.
winter to melt snow.
It could be because I've seen the steam rise up in the from the vents that are on the ground, and
Yeah,
that's the hot springs right there.
I know about it because I have like seasonal depression for like weather stuff. So in the winter I get like really depressed.
Yeah,
And so I start like always fantasizing about like moving somewhere.
yeah.
And I was like really interested in Japan for a while. So I was looking at like all the abandoned houses, like the Akiya. I don't know if you've ever done that. So I was just like browsing those sites and I would find some that were like in Beppu and places.
Yeah.
And it'd be like geothermally heated driveway. I'm like, oh, I'd
That
never have
sounds
to shovel snow
great.
again. This is perfect. Mr. Fane, we have to move here right now.
If you could, you probably would, and if I could, I probably would too. A lot of
Well,
people would.
I know you've thought about it a little bit, right? After the last trip.
I thought about it a lot after this last trip. Enough that I want to. Well, I was gonna quit my job anyway when the contract was up, but you know, actually do it for real, and take an extended trip. I don't think I'll be able to ever live in Japan, not because of the whole societal issues they have. I mean, that's something you have to deal with regardless of where you are. But it's more like, logistically speaking, I don't think I can support myself there. Like, I don't, job wise and being able to find a job. I guess that's the main thing.
Yeah, well, so I feel like if you could work remotely, it'd be fine. But Japan doesn't really have a visa for that currently.
No, they don't.
But they've talked about it.
Which is,
like I know, like in the past year, they've talked about doing like a digital nomad type, remote worker type visa.
It is a step in the right direction to talk about. I'm hoping they figure that out. In the meantime, if you really did want to get a change of pace, Thailand next door does have a remote, what do you call this, digital nomad thing, from what I hear.
I've heard like Estonia is really good for that too.
Estonia. Where is Estonia?
I think they're kind of near. Oh God.
Is it next to Russia?
I think so because I remember like when like the current like conflict over there started, I was like, oh, maybe we should not go to Estonia.
What is even in Estonia?
No, it's kind of nearby, so I was like, like maybe Russia's gonna like see start looking at other places too.
I
don't know.
It's possible. I know some people are also worried about North Korea when they visit Japan, and it's like, no, that's just North Korea being North Korea.
I mean, Japan's an island. Like, I think the biggest concern for being in Japan is like natural disasters. Honestly,
yeah,
I think that's your biggest worry.
Yeah, so I have actually been in Japan, where there was a typhoon, 2019 in October, I think it was. Yeah, October 2019, there was a huge typhoon that came by and actually grounded a whole Shinkansen station in Nagano. Nagano is like in a valley, kind of, sort of, and somehow the typhoon reached far enough over there that the whole place was like, submerged a little bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and at that time I was coming from Bandai, which has a lot of nature stuff also over there. I forgot exactly where Bandai is, but it's
is Bombay a mountain?
Yeah, there's Bandai Mountain.
Okay.
Uda Bandai, I think, is the place I was at. It's kind of far out. There's a bus station that connects the town and the train station, and it's really known for its ponds over there, as well as the hiking and stuff. I only went to the ponds because that's all the time I had for, and I was the only person basically staying at this not really a hostel, but they call it a pension, and it's kind of like a kind of think about like a log, not like a cabin that multiple people can stay in. I was the only person
Okay.
there at the time. Anyway, long story short, the typhoon was coming by, and on the last day I was there, I basically went from Bandai all the way to Tokyo, and when I got to Tokyo, all the train stations were shutting down, and I managed to get on one train to a stop close to where I was going to stay for the night. Originally, I was supposed to go to Fukuoka or Hiroshima at the time, but I couldn't. So quickly reserved a place. It doesn't matter which one it was. I just reserved a place. It happened to be
Right,
a
right.
capsule hotel, a really tiny, dinky capsule hotel. But the train stations were so empty because people have evacuated. Basically, it was that strong of a storm. But the next day, it was as if nothing happened.
I mean, I guess since natural disasters kind of happen so often there, like they can respond quickly to stuff.
But the thing is, Tokyo itself wasn't hit that hard. But the night was very blustery. Um, I mean, it was blustery enough where all the train stations shut down, as well as the buses. Taxis were still kind of out and about for a little bit, and I did have to take a taxi to get there. Um, but yeah, it's kind of weird going from like super empty train stations because of the typhoon, and then next day, pretty much almost back to normal. Pretty much. But there was also a tiny little earthquake at that time.
Yeah, I think earthquakes are kind of like one of the most common things there, right?
Yeah, I think the only that was the first and only time I've been in an earthquake, and it was like a 3 or something. Like I barely felt it shake when I was lying on the bed, and I had to like confirm with the staff, did that earthquake happen? And they said, yeah, there was an earthquake, and they were very nonchalant about it. I thought my first earthquake would be like, something really hard and shaky.
Right.
It didn't happen. But I'm kind of wondering now, what if it was? Would people panic more? I don't know.
Or are people just used to it? I don't know.
I don't know. I can say I've been in an earthquake. It wasn't a strong one, but I mean, earthquakes don't happen all the time, but I feel like some people worry about that when they visit. It's like, oh no, what if an earthquake happens?
Yeah, I wasn't really worried about it for like traveling, but when I was going through my Akia phase and I was like looking at maps, I was like looking at maps of Japan,
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, here's the fault lines or whatever with volcanoes. So these regions, there could be an active volcano that could erupt. Over here is where you have to worry about typhoons and like tsunamis.
Typhoons are
Over
everywhere.
here, there's earthquakes. I was like, okay, so cross off this city, cross off this city. Okay, this one region, maybe we could live here.
If you go to Hokkaido, I don't think Hokkaido gets typhoons or earthquakes as much, but there are bears.
I'm not afraid of bears. We got bears up here too sometimes.
Brown bears.
We had a brown bear up here on my college campus once.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're used to it, they're used to it then.
Yeah. And my in-laws for Thanksgiving, there have been times where we've like looked out the window and there's been like a brown bear just like walking down their hill.
Huh. Okay.
I ain't afraid of no bears.
I guess you'll be fine in Hokkaido minus the winter.
I know. Just gotta get that geothermal driveway. And then I'm set.
I don't think they have geothermal driveways in Hokkaido, but they do have a lot of onsen, so you're halfway there.
Yeah. Maybe I can be like a trendsetter.
Of what? The driveway?
Of geothermal driveways.
How would you do that?
I'll get one installed, and then all my neighbors will be like, "Wow, look at Fangy's driveway. There's never any snow on it."
I don't know if you can just do that. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone piping onsen water in Hokkaido.
No, you probably can't.
I think that's mainly a Beppu thing, Beppu and Oita, because that's for some reason they have a lot of hot springs over there. That's like literally flowing out of the ground.
That's where I need to go.
You do.
Those are my people.
They are. Beppu's actually not bad. It's very, it's a lot more hilly than I expected, though. I mean,
Huh.
it's hilly in Japan in general, but I didn't expect a place like that to be so hilly.
But I guess if you're driving, you'll notice it more. But if you're on like a train, it'll probably be fine, I assume.
Oita doesn't have trains for public transport.
Oh,
They have buses.
gotcha.
Yeah. I think in general you want to drive over there, but the buses are okay, but I did have to wait 30 minutes to an hour for a bus to come by just because that's what the schedule was.
Were you anxious driving in Japan? Like, I feel like I would be so afraid of accidentally driving on the right side.
A little bit, and I did drive on the wrong side before. Not before. At one point because I was distracted by something, but I quickly switched back, and crisis averted because cars were coming by. Anyway.
I don't trust myself.
But the thing is, in Yakushima, like I said, you kind of have to drive because buses are infrequent. And when I say infrequent, I'm talking like 1 to 3 hours infrequent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you can walk around if you really, really want to, but there's a lot of hills and mountains there, and you could drive around the whole island in 3 hours. It's that small. But actual driving wasn't too bad. The only thing I hated about driving in Yakushima is the main road is basically one road up, one road down, all the way around the island. So that's the highway, basically. But it's not just a highway, it's also the main road.
Right.
So to get to most places, it'll take you 15 to 30 minutes one way, and then going back is that much longer, or twice depending on where you have to get to. It's not bad driving there, though I did get a flat tire there. So it's bad if you do get a flat tire, but the place is so small, they usually respond pretty quickly. So that's kind of nice. The only thing that makes it a little hard for me personally to drive around is I'm so used to the cruise control. There was no cruise control in the car. So I'm not sure if that's a normal thing or just for the models that I've had. So
yeah, I wonder if it's not a feature over there. Like maybe there's a legal issue with it or something.
Possibly. Also, the drive system was a little weird. Have I shown it to you?
No.
Let me see if I can find the drive system. But basically, the drive system, at least for the one I had, it was a Nissan Note, and the Nissan Note is. Do you know what a Nissan Kick looks like? Okay, it's a smaller car. I mean, a lot of cars in Japan are small to begin with.
I think they're cute.
They are pretty cute. But I think what most people think about the small car is they're thinking about the K cars, the boxy cars. That's probably what most people have an idea of what the cars look like. However, some of the actual cars in Japan still might look like regular cars here. Like if you look at this over here, this one, the angle doesn't really show it, but it's smaller than a full-size sedan in the US.
Okay, yeah, it looks pretty normal.
It looks pretty normal. It's a bit narrower, but the drive system on this one, or at least the stick. Look at that. Look at the stick. That's not a stick. It's basically.
What's so little?
It's little.
That's weird.
This took a lot to get used to. Also, they have some options on here that I've never seen before. Because you have drive, reverse, neutral. Here they have the park button is literally a button. And then there's the reverse and neutral, but also I don't think it shows here, but here's the drive mode. There's a drive mode switch. And the drive mode switches between economy, sport, and normal. Most of the time I drove in normal. That felt okay. Economy was weird because whenever you let off the gas, it just stops. Which why? I feel like that's not a good design, but it's one of the functions. And I don't know what sport was. I could never figure out what the heck that thing did. Um, but yeah, that stick was very hard to work with. Yeah, I got used to it eventually, but it's weird. Also, the GPS is a pain in the butt to use. I still use the Google Maps because the GPS has this weird system where you either have to know the address or the phone number of the place you're going to, or at least a place near where you're going to use the GPS. And half the time I couldn't even get anything to come up. So that was a little frustrating. Um, this particular car also had a radar thing where if you get too close, it beeps at you. And that
Too
was
close to like another car or something, or
like when you're backing up generally.
backing up? Okay, gotcha.
Backing up or parking. Um, the closer you are, the louder and faster it beeps. And I hated it so much because it's like I'm not even that close and it's already beeping at me. I feel like. Eventually, though, after the flat tire, we did get a K car as a replacement. We didn't get to choose. This is just what we got. So, and this was a lot harder for me to drive because it didn't have all the modern features that the other car did. But the stick, at least, it's further up. It's further up on the. It's like not like down below. It's kind of like where the air conditioning and the radio was. So that was a little
And at least
weird.
it looks bigger, at least.
It looks like a normal stick, at least. So that's fine. But it definitely did not handle as well as the other one. At least I only had to deal with this for one day. But driving itself isn't bad in Yakushima, at least. It's easy. The speed limit generally is around 30 to 50 kilometers per hour, which translates to 24 to 30 miles per hour. That
Oh, okay,
sounds
so pretty slow.
that sounds slow, and it is slow. But the thing is, because it was that slow, you don't get, and if you get into an accident of some sort, it's not that serious. Like a flat tire. So, yeah. But it was kind of tough trying to keep to that speed, though. Just because it's like such a slow range.
Yeah.
But the horsepower on the cars in general are not that strong anyway. So it's not too bad. And once you get up to speed, like let's say you're going 40 or 50 kilometers per hour, it doesn't feel that slow, to be honest. Like you're going 30 miles per hour, but it doesn't feel that slow.
I feel like when you're in a smaller car, it feels faster too.
Probably.
Maybe it's just me.
Probably. But the thing is, if you go 30 miles per hour in like even a normal sedan in the US, it feels absolutely slow.
It does, yeah.
But if you go that speed in Japan, or it's not bad actually. I don't know what it is.
That's interesting.
I don't know why. I mean, maybe Mr. Fangy could do the driving, or do you drive?
I do as of right before Japan.
Nice.
I got my license like a week
Nice.
before Japan.
Okay, I think we would hand the keys over to Mr. Fangy, but if you do want to
Yeah.
drive, if you do want to give driving a shot, both of you get a international driver's license and find a countryside somewhere where you might want to rent a car and practice there. I would not try to drive in a big city. There's just no need
Oh
to.
God, no, no.
There's no need to begin with because you can use the trains or public transport easily.
Yeah.
But if you're going to Hokkaido or some places in Kyushu, like further out in Kyushu, that's not a big city, driving a car might be the better idea.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So recommended there. at least.
Well, I noticed that too for a lot of like trips. Like driving is faster.
Well, I mean, in Japan, it's not necessarily faster, but it does get you to places where a bus or a train won't. And if you really want to visit those service stations, you have to use a car. I haven't been to a service station yet, but I kind of want to visit one just for the heck of it, you know.
Hmm.
And if you're visiting Hokkaido and traveling around Hokkaido, in the cities, I imagine there's a pretty decent public transport. But if you want to go further away, like away from Sapporo, definitely a car would be better. Because away from Sapporo is where you find all the national parks and where all the bears are and all that stuff. Driving would be better in general. Um, I think you can get away not driving in Hakodate. I did, but I still felt like I would have liked a car driving around there.
I feel like if we go to Hokkaido, at least the first time, it would probably be like Sapporo,
Mhm.
because my friends went to the snow festival there, and that's what I would want to do.
Yeah,
Like go during the winter,
That's
do the
February,
snow
right?
festival, do hot springs.
Yeah,
What?
that's February, right? Those.
I think January, February-ish, yeah.
Yeah, the snow festival happens on the same time each year, so just have to time that. But also, you gotta reserve everything ahead of time because a lot of local tourists will be going there also. I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of festivals. If you ever want to do festivals in Japan,
Yeah, true.
you gotta like book all your hotels way in advance
Man,
because they fill up.
man, that happened to me. When I wanted to go to the Nebuta festival in Aomori.
Oh,
Not a so that happens in around August.
did you go?
Not in Aomori because I couldn't
Oh,
find a
okay.
hotel room.
Because that festival seems so cool with
It
the
is.
floats.
It is. The thing is, uh, there's a lot of local tourists that go to Aomori around that time. It's also summer vacation, so at least for schools. Um, so there's gonna be a lot of people that will be looking forward to those festivals, and they book these things ahead of time.
Right,
I think I
right.
booked it. I think I tried to look for a place like 6 months ahead of time. I couldn't find anything. I don't know if they just don't book that far out, but generally I'd like to try to book 3 to 6 months out because I know, especially for those big festivals, I know I'm gonna be competing with
Yeah,
the local
fighting
tourists.
tooth and nail.
I couldn't find anything in Aomori itself. Instead, I found this little town called Mutsu near,
Mutsu.
yeah, Mutsu near the tip of Tohoku on the eastern side, and basically, it was the end of the line for a train station, and it was the it was a really small town with one ramen shop that I could tell, and a pretty nice hotel right next to the train station too. So with a decent buffet. So props
That's nice.
props to them for that. It's also near a town that is close to Osore-san, which is a Buddhist temple that kind of looks like the afterlife, basically. And I would highly recommend to go there if you could, but it's so out there. I did go there 2 times, both by bus, and each time I keep wishing maybe I should have taken a car instead, because the bus times just are not convenient going back and forth, the train station in that place. So car recommended for that place to get there.
Mm.
But it's like so far out in the middle of nowhere. It's very misty there. At least
Oh, I love mist.
it's
It was
couple of times I went there. It's misty.
it was super misty when we went to Shirakawago, like in the mountains.
Oh yeah, it was how many like
It's like so pretty when it's misty.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love like mist and fog and stuff like that.
let me show you just a couple of shots here. This is the temple, I think. Yeah, temple. In
Yeah, with
Osaka-san.
those misty mountains.
Yeah, it was
That's the good stuff.
it was raining the first time I went there. It wasn't raining the second time I went there.
Oh, I have a tip
Yes.
for first-time travelers in Japan. If it's raining, you might think, oh, I'll get a big umbrella so that, multiple people can fit underneath it. Don't do that
Don't.
if you're in Tokyo, because everyone else is going to have an umbrella, and then your umbrellas are going to be fighting.
Yeah, don't do that.
I had to try so hard, not to bonk into people with the giant umbrella. I'm, on my tippy toes trying to make sure, it doesn't collide with people.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Get the tiny one.
Yeah, if you have to get an umbrella, get a tiny one. You can get that pretty easily for cheap. And it's also
Oh, yeah, it was 700 yen at 7-Eleven, I think.
it's also gonna look weird that the umbrella is clear, but actually be thankful for that because at least you can have the umbrella right on top of your head and you can see through the umbrella.
Yep.
But if you don't want to deal with the hassle of an umbrella, I do recommend a waterproof jacket of some sort that has a hood that will cover your bases for the most part. Unless it's super heavy rain and then no one's safe.
Yeah, in that case, don't worry about getting wet because everyone will be.
Everyone will be wet.
They can't judge you.
Just FYI. I mean, during the typhoon, an umbrella would not have helped me at all.
You would have just floated away with it, probably.
Probably. But this is
been blown away.
Yeah, but I recommend going to this place. It's really, really different in atmosphere compared to any other shrine I've been to, and just the scenery around here is super nice. Super nice, but I definitely would have wanted to spend a little bit more time here. You can stay here overnight. I'm not sure how to reserve that room though, but you can stay here overnight and would recommend.
I've heard of that at Buddhist temples.
There's a Buddhist temple near Osaka too. If you want to do that, then that one's a huge thing. Also, as expensive as a ryokan, so just keep that in mind. I don't know what the accommodations are like. Haven't done it. Wanted to do it. Got to figure out how I can do it.
Were any of your accommodations in Japan, were they futons?
Oh yeah.
Low to the ground, yeah.
The ryokans, especially that I booked, have all been futons. Just because I keep on getting the Japanese style room.
Yep.
You can get a Western style room, and I'm not gonna judge you for that because you have needs, you have wants, so not gonna judge you for that. But just keep in mind, at least you will most likely be in a futon, and if you're not used to sleeping on the ground, it's different. It's different. I actually right now I exclusively sleep on a futon, even in the US. I have a bed, I just don't use it, except to nap in.
Yeah, I had never used one before. And then our business hotel was Western style.
Yeah.
But then the other two had the futons on the ground. It was fine, I thought.
It was fine. I mean,
I thought it was comfortable.
The futons are, I mean, they're not gonna be as bouncy and probably as soft as what you're used to on a bed, but it's a futon. It's gonna be thin, but it's not uncomfortable.
No, I was scared it would be uncomfortable, but it really wasn't.
It really isn't. It really isn't. I was looking for another picture of that place in the other time I went to. This is it's not. I want to say it's a lake in the Soda-san, but it's kind of wide stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really nice place to just.
So you visit a lot of nice scenic places.
I usually try to go to nature stuff. Yes. If I go to a city, it's a really chill city that I try to go to, or just not Tokyo.
Well, I guess we're lucky we caught you in Tokyo then.
Well, yeah, I was there to drop off the other person that was traveling with me, so I was there for one day, and I was going to be going to Hokkaido right afterwards. So yes.
A rare Ruka sighting.
Yeah, I mean it's rare to get that many people that we could meet up in one place in just in general.
I know, yeah, I think it was 4 of us that came from overseas, right? and then 3 people that live there.
Yeah,
It's
so
pretty wild.
yeah, including Mr. Fangy, I think there were like 8 people total.
Oh yeah, true. So it'd be like 5 people coming from overseas, so Mr. Fangy.
Yeah, so it was kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting a huge gathering.
No, me neither.
So because it was
It was very cool being able to meet VTubers in Japan.
it was originally just gonna be me, Tori, and Fangy, but then
Yeah.
we got more people added, and it became this huge thing. So
It was
yes,
just very lucky. Like, nice coincidence that everyone was going at the same time.
yeah, I think well the picture was shared online, so I think we can share that picture again.
Oh, the cell phones? Yeah.
The cell phone picture. Let me see if I can find it.
I can put it in the Google Doc if you want.
I have it. I have it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, basically, some people I've never seen before, I met before, but you might recognize a few people here.
Yeah, I only knew you and Tori, but everyone was super nice. It
Yeah,
was fun.
yeah, it was fun. I recognized like, of course, Tori, and I recognized you. I also recognized Melky. I also recognized Kani, which everyone thought Kani was gone. And the other two, no contact with before, but they were fine too. So, but yeah, it was a neat experience. It was an experience. Um, I'm not used to like being in a big group, so that was something I had to adjust to a little bit for that time. And also, I didn't think also Torikizu, uh, that the chicken place.
Tori Kizoku, I think?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Was gonna be as small as it was. I know since we had a big group, I thought we would have like sometimes they have like a seating room, like a place,
Oh, okay, yeah.
but maybe that particular place didn't have it. I don't know. I was hoping it was gonna be that kind of setting, but no, we were still in the same booths like most people are, and it's kind of hard to fit 8 people in those booths.
Yeah, I'm glad they were able to find some place that would seat all of us, though. Because, like, you know, a lot of restaurants in Japan are too small to have, like, a group of that many.
Yeah, but izakayas
I
in
always
general,
see,
though.
I see people, like, on Reddit, they'll be like, I'm doing a family trip and there's 15 of us.
No,
What restaurants can I reserve stuff at? And I'm like, I don't think any.
I don't think any. No.
You'd have to, like, rent out an entire place.
I'm not sure if you ran into this, but a lot of in parts of my trip, I would run into specifically Chinese tourists. Okay, where
Oh, in large, like, tour groups?
in huge groups, and not necessarily tour groups, just huge groups of like 10
And
or
maybe
more.
family trips.
Yeah, and it's like, holy crap, you brought all these people. How are you gonna fit in this tiny place?
Yeah, I see a lot of posts. They'll be like, I'm bringing, you know, my elderly grandparents and my kids. And I'm like, this sounds so chaotic. Good luck.
I mean, your elderly grandparents can come on the trip. I feel like they're not as active as the elderly grandparents that already live in Japan. I'm just
Yeah, I think Japan's very stare heavy.
stare heavy.
It's a little tough.
And the old people that do live in Japan already are used to those stairs. People coming from outside are probably not used to those stairs.
I kind of think that's why people in Japan like are healthy and live longer.
Yes.
Because like all the walking and like stairs they do.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed when you came back, but the calves are rock hard.
You toned after being in Japan.
Super, especially after climbing so many. Not even climbing so many stairs. Just using stairs.
Well, you were going hiking and stuff.
I was,
Yeah.
but I mean, even you probably noticed it a little bit that your legs were a little bit not leaner but tougher than it used to be.
It probably a little bit more endurance.
A little bit
afterwards. Now, have you done Fushimi Inari before?
I have twice.
Did you? Okay, because that's another like big climb, right? Like big staircases.
Yeah, if you want a hiking experience that's not out in the wilderness, I recommend going to Fushimi Inari, not on a weekend. Though if you do on a weekend, it's still probably okay because most people won't try to go all the way to the top. It's a bit of a hike. It's at least.
Yeah, I hear most people like stop halfway through.
It's at least I want to say 2 to 3 hours to go to the top.
Initially, when I was planning on going to Japan 2020 before the pandemic happened, um, I had planned on going to like Nara and Fushimi Inari, but afterwards, I like started having like back issues because I have scoliosis.
Uh-huh.
So like for this trip, I was like, I'm a little too nervous. I don't know if I can make the climb,
I think you
but
can.
I'm hoping that like next time I can like do more of my back like muscle exercises and get like ready for it
Yeah,
and go.
I don't know if this will help you with your scoliosis. I doubt it. But for me, I did have back issues at one point when I was sleeping in the bed, and it could be a bed issue. However, I did notice that as when I started sleeping on the floor, like have a futon on the floor, like just a thin mattress, um, my back issues are gone. I have no back issues because of that.
It's kind of weird how sometimes like a firmer bed or a firmer pillow ends up being more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean,
Or it may feel like uncomfortable at first, maybe, but like it ends up like being better for you, I guess. Sometimes
if you're not used to it, if you're not used
it'll
to
feel
it,
awkward.
it'll feel awkward. But once you do it more often, it's not so bad, and people still do that quite a lot in Japan. Though I mean, there's regular beds there too. But in places where you don't have space for all the regular beds, futons are nice and compact.
Yeah.
And if you don't get if you're in Japan, you might have to use a futon, so you just kind of have to get used to it. But if you do the same futon thing at home and you have back issues, I feel like for most back issues, it will at least help you fix some of that. Scoliosis, that's a different thing altogether. I don't think it'll fix that.
No, if it could, that'd be great. But
But lower back issues, it should at least help there. At least it did for me. So give it a try. Try it for like a couple of weeks or longer, and see if it helps. But I mean, if it doesn't help, it doesn't help. But a lot of times, it does help more than you would think it does. So
I feel like in general, I was like healthier in Japan.
yeah.
Like I got the exercise and whatnot, and also like normally I have a sensitive tummy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like get tummy aches at all in Japan.
No, no, I'm not
I
sure
don't know
what
if
it
it's
is.
like I don't know if it's like the food has less like preservatives or something. I don't know, but
Well,
it was strange. My tummy was like better behaved.
well, it depends on what you eat normally. I do know if I eat too much sugar, I start getting stomach aches. In Japan, yes, you can have sweets there, but even with their sweets there, I don't feel like I got a stomach ache from that one. Um, Also, I think the regular walking also probably helped a little bit.
Yeah, possibly. That's true. I was just surprised. Like normally, like spicy stuff will upset my tummy,
Oh, really?
and even when we were in Japan, I had like curry that was like way spicier than I'm used to. I was like, I feel fine. Super weird.
Did you try the ramen place in Kanda? The 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 oni ramen?
No, I didn't do that one.
Takanbo,
I
takanbo.
did. I did do a ramen place there. I'm trying to remember what it was called though. I don't remember.
There's a lot of ramen places.
I know.
I mean,
The one I went to was really good though.
yeah, it's
The broth was just like super like meaty,
what kind of
like greasy kinda,
yeah. The
which makes it delicious.
I feel like there's people think a lot that Japanese food is healthy, and I guess, but there's also a lot of greasy stuff in Japan. It's just not the same kind of grease that you're probably used to in the US. I feel like it's healthy grease, if that's a thing.
Well, I think part of it's like you can eat healthy in Japan or you can eat badly.
Yeah,
Like I ate badly in Japan. I'll admit it. I had curry like every day.
I mean curry is
I
not
had
the worst thing you
curry
could
and
have.
ramen. No, but like it's not like eating something that's more vegetables. Like it has some veggies in it, but it's mostly carbs.
It's mostly carbs, but the thing is, when you're walking around that much, you do need those carbs.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do think protein is generally lacking. It definitely had not as much protein as in the US anyway. if
Yeah, that's fair.
but the protein you do get if you do like fish or some meats and stuff like that is enough. But yeah, it's
Oh,
not
I
as
found
much.
it.
Oh, what'd you find?
Okay,
Oh,
it was Kondo Ramen Waizu was the place
kamen.
I went to.
Okay,
This website says their ramen uses kilos upon kilos of pork bone.
I believe it. I believe it.
Oh, it was so good.
I think also on this trip I had the creamiest chicken ramen ever.
Where was that? Was that?
If this was, I think the shop itself is called Yokohama
Oh, so that
Tradition.
was in Tokyo.
It's in Tokyo, but it's not actually in Yokohama. It was in
False
Shinagawa.
advertising.
Well, I think it might have been like a chain, not a chain, but at least another shop. But this,
Oh, okay. Like how buffalo wings aren't for always in Buffalo.
yes, uh, but the ramen was like super creamy. This thing, this is chicken ramen. Yeah, it's really thick noodles, almost like udon,
Ooh.
and the
Look at, is it a little quail egg?
quail egg.
Oh,
Yes,
it's so cute.
quail
I want to eat
egg,
it.
quail egg, and regular egg, and at least my bowl had 3 slices of chashu. I'm not sure if that's normal or there was like 2 for another option. Anyway, the chicken, it's chicken broth. I never had chicken broth that creamy. It was like super fatty and heavy for chicken broth, which I wasn't expecting. Normally, if it's fatty and heavy, it's usually some sort of pork broth. But
Yeah. I usually think of chicken as like leaner. Yeah.
yeah, and this one also had for some reason a little bit of vegetables on the side. I don't know what that was about.
Vegetables, gross.
Yeah, you see do you see the veggies right next to the eggs?
Yeah, mine had that too, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was.
This is the first time I've seen it. I still don't know what it is.
It was the same exact one was in mine. I wasn't sure. I was like, is this like some kind of spinach or something?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Maybe. I don't know. But that's the first time I've seen it. I've never seen that in ramen before. Did you try the Oh, did you try the pancake place I mentioned?
I didn't go to that place, but I did go to like a souffle pancake place.
How was it? How'd you like it?
I went to it in Takayama.
Uh-huh.
They're fun. It's just fun to eat something like with that kind of texture.
It is. It is.
I don't know, like the flavor wasn't like anything crazy,
Uh-huh.
but just like different mouth feels nice sometimes.
It's super, not really squishy, but it's light, airy.
Yeah.
Super airy. And I think that's the main reason why people like it. Also, you don't treat it like, regular breakfast pancakes. That's not what this is. This is like a dessert.
No.
This is a dessert pancake. This is what you eat to make yourself feel good sometimes. Like that. Except I think this is like a bit fancier, maybe. But the souffle pancake's nice.
Fluffy.
Very fluffy.
I'm like that little kid from Despicable Me where it's like, it's so fluffy.
And it really, they're very delicate. Super delicate. I don't know.
Yeah, the one I had, I got like a caramel flavored one. And I also paid to get like extra like red bean on the side because I love red bean paste.
Yeah.
It was so good.
And what were your favorite meals during this trip, by the way?
So we did do like one expensive meal when we were in Takayama, because Takayama has hitogyu, which is not like wagyu or like Kobe beef. It's it's also like considered like pretty good.
Yeah.
So we got like
it's
the
a local
A5.
Beef. It's a local beef, right?
Yeah. So I splurged and got A5, and it's very good, but it's also like very weird because like I would bite into it and it was like very juicy. Which like obviously like steak can be juicy.
Yeah.
But this was like you bite into it and like now your mouth is full of juice. Which I like because I like juicy meat. I like dripping with blood. So it was like very weird experience. Very good. but like, wow, this actually like, feels different.
So you had the steak version, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think
We
I've.
got
I think I've
we
ever
got
had
an
steak.
A4 one and then like an A5 one and compared them.
What was there a big difference?
There was, yeah.
Mm,
A4 was like, okay, this is a nice, tasty tender steak.
yeah,
A5 was like, okay, I haven't had any meat that was like this texture before.
super tender, super soft.
Yep.
Probably also super, not super oily, but heavy from the fat.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what all the juice was when I bite into it. It's just probably just like beef grease.
Beef grease, the good stuff.
Oh, but also, okay, more meals because I like food.
Okay, do you want to show any
It's,
pictures?
it's it's hard to. Yeah, actually, I can show some pictures.
I've been showing a lot of pictures, but I haven't seen much from you here.
Okay, yeah, I can put some pictures and let me find some stuff real quick.
Okay. But yeah, it's just so different over there. Also, you would think a steak, like an A5 steak meal, is expensive. It is, but it's not as expensive as it would be in the US. I feel like. I mean, steak is probably gonna run you over 10,000 yen, close to almost 15,000 yen in Japan. But even if you convert that, that's really not bad.
No,
It really isn't.
and especially with like the rate being so favorable right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the way at the top, that was the buffet at the Aomori Hotel.
Let's see. Let's zoom
So,
in on that.
you were also interested in going to Aomori, so you might already know this, but Aomori is like known for apples.
Yes.
That's where the Fuji apple was like created.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So this hotel is all apple themed.
Okay.
So like most of like the food they serve there has like apples in it too. So like you get like apple pie, apple tarts, apple pancakes, and stuff like that.
How was the apple?
Even like the curry has apples in it.
Well, I think
Huh?
I think curry in Japan generally has some sort of apple in it.
Some of them do, yeah, to like make it a little sweet.
Yeah. How were the apples, or at least can you tell?
Very good, very good. And like you can see like across from me, Mr. Fangy's plate, he has apple juice. So like they had apple juice for like all these different types of apples. And like you could actually like they had it like arranged based on like sweetness. And like the Fuji one's like super sweet. Basically we consumed like a ton of apple stuff. But yeah, this buffet was really tasty.
Nice.
Down below that one.
Oh.
That's the oh god, what is it called? Is it Milky Way?
Which one? The right one or the left one?
Well, I mean the restaurant.
Oh,
I think it's called Milky Way, maybe. It's like the only like themed like restaurant we went to. Cause I'm not like super into like a lot of the Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest or whatever. So I didn't like do any of those like themed cafes. But this one's all like moon space themed that we did. It was one of the more expensive meals because it's like the gimmicky kind of trendy place. But it was good.
Didn't you try?
Pretty. It was very pretty.
Didn't you try what do you call this? One of those toast ice cream things too?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did the honey toast. Let me put that in there as well.
Didn't you say it was like bigger than what you expected?
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, I could barely finish it.
I don't think I ever.
I didn't finish it really.
I don't think I tried one of them. Yeah, because I was thinking to myself, how good can this be? It's just ice cream on toast.
Yeah, so it's above that picture.
It's just ice cream on toast. How good can it be?
Well, it's like a big cube of toast.
Yeah, it's a big cube of toast, but to me, with the first time I saw it, it was just bread,
Yeah, but imagine you're eating like half a loaf, basically, with ice cream and whipped cream and all kinds of stuff on top of it.
Yeah, at the time I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
I didn't until I made my own shokupan, and it's like, oh, this is actually pretty big.
Yeah, this one was really good. I got like a caramel one, so there's like caramel ice cream with like little caramel sugar, caramel sauce they pour on top of it. It was good. I enjoyed it. Mr. Fangy said it was weird because it's like bread, but to me, it's like kind of like French toast.
I mean,
I don't think it's weird.
I think Mr. Fangy and I are on the same wavelength about this because it's just bread. But
I thought it tasted good though when you put lots of sugar and ice cream and stuff on it.
I think anything
bread tastes good.
Anything can be good if it has a lot of sugar and ice cream on it. I just feel like that's how it is.
Down below that one, after the cafe one, is curry. This is the only curry picture, even though I had curry like 5 times, because every other time I would be so excited about the curry, I'd start eating it, and then halfway through, I'd be like, "Shit, I didn't take a picture, and now the plate looks bad." This was the only time where I remember to take a picture, and like you can even tell here that I started eating it a little bit.
Did you try any of the chain curry restaurants, or like Kokoichi or Gogo Curry?
I didn't do any of those like big ones. I did Johto Curry, I
Okay.
think was the one I did, which is also a chain, I believe.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard that one.
And I think this one is one in Akiba. I don't know that it's a chain. I think it was called like Alba Curry
Alba Curry.
for this one, maybe.
Oh, I think someone recommended that one. I didn't.
It's Kanazawa style curry, where like the sauce is like darker, and then they have like cabbage on the side,
I see.
which is kind of weird. But like, you put curry sauce on it, and it tastes good.
So the cabbage on the side. I don't think they do that in Kokoichi, but they do that in Gogo Curry.
Yeah, it's like a regional thing.
Yeah, I'm not.
So I guess Coco Curry does Kanazawa style then.
Yeah, I'm not.
Also, I had never
sure.
had like cheese on curry before. It's good.
Really?
Yeah, it's good.
I mean,
I wasn't sure, but
no. I mean,
I was unconvinced at like before having it. But then after having it, I was like, okay, yeah, I
Well,
like that.
I mean, I guess they don't really do that in Thai curry. They don't do that in Indian curry, but they do that a lot in, I guess, Japan.
Listen, they're innovating with their curry over there.
I mean, if you want cheese overload, you go to Korea. To be honest, they put that stuff in ridiculous places.
I love cheese, so maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
This picture was just like a revolving sushi place.
Uh-huh.
I think the 2 big chains are like Sushiya and Kuro Sushi.
Kura, yes.
Kura Sushi.
Kura.
I wanted to go to Kura, but there weren't any like nearby. Whereas this one was right in Akihabara, so we went there.
Which one is the sushi?
Yeah, the Sushiya one.
I've never been to Sushiya, so
it was fine. I don't eat sushi, so I had all like I like ordered all the non-sushi things basically.
Sushi.
A lot of the desserts, they had like these candied sweet potatoes that were freaking delicious.
The thing is, in fall, sweet potatoes and chestnuts are in season, so you will get a lot.
Yeah. What are they called? Mont Blancs.
I think Mont Blanc.
It's like a chestnut dessert.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw that in a bunch of places. They even gave one to us at like a cafe. I don't know if it was on purpose or an accident. Like I ordered like a creme brulee. Mr. Fangy ordered like a matcha thing, and then they put a third thing on our plate that was a Mont Blanc, and I had never had one before, and it was good.
Huh.
But I wasn't sure if it was intentional.
Yeah,
I was like, is there like a seasonal promotion going on? Like buy 2 things, get 1 Mont Blanc free? I don't know.
I think there was a Mont Blanc on the menu in Zoku also, but we never got it. I don't think any of us.
Yeah, we didn't do any desserts there, did we?
No, we didn't.
I think we were too full from the meat. This was the pancake I got. You can't really tell because there's so much like whipped cream on it.
That's a ridiculous amount of whipped cream.
Yeah, but it's one of the souffle pancakes and like the red bean on the side. It was good. And Mr. Fangy got like an apple pie.
Okay, how do you feel about red bean after this trip?
I love red bean. I could honestly eat red bean stuff every day. Like literally every day I was like going to 7-Eleven and getting like dorayaki.
You can have it. You can have my red bean.
You're tired of it?
I don't think I ever was a fan to begin with, but after seeing red bean in almost every dessert I ran into, even the fancy ones, it's like,
so good.
Why?
But it's genius. They turned a vegetable into a dessert.
But red bean is sweet to begin with.
It's so good.
I'm just not a fan of red bean. I'm like one of those. I'm a red bean hater.
It's fine. I'll eat your portions.
I will eat it, but I will eat it begrudgingly.
Yeah, this was the ramen, the Kanda Ramen Waizu place.
Oh, that's a.
Where I said like you can like see how like greasy it is.
That is a.
It was so good.
That is a very
so
curly,
tasty.
very curly ramen.
Yeah,
also,
very curly noodle. Yeah.
Also the weird vegetables. Why is that even in there?
Yeah, it's that same vegetable. I don't know what it is. It's green. It tastes like green.
I mean, it's a vegetable. I hope it's green. Is there a vegetable that's not green besides carrots? besides cats and
Below
squash.
that, we went to Shibuya 109, which
Holy,
is like, you know, trendy mall place,
yeah.
which I had seen in like reality TV shows in Japan. So I was like excited, like, oh my god, here's like a mall that I've seen before in shows.
Wait, isn't the 109 going away or something?
Is it?
I don't know. Something is. Oh
Oh,
no, wait. It was a
I don't know.
Starbucks. It was a
Oh, the
Starbucks.
Starbucks. Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, but down in the basement they had like a little food court, and they had like little cute macaron, like smoothie things,
I just
and I thought
love.
it was pretty good.
I just love the food courts in Japan because you can find them at the bottom of the malls there.
Yeah, it's always at the bottom of buildings.
There are also some at the top. Actually, no, at the bottom of the malls. Generally, you'll find a small food court and a grocery store, and then near the top is other restaurants and maybe a food court. At least that's
I
how it
did notice
was.
that. Yeah, it was usually restaurants up top and then food cart on the bottom from the
Yeah.
ones we went to.
Did you go to a Daiba?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I was about to say the Diver City and Aqua City is that same layout. So
I think we got around less than most people do.
okay.
Like when I looked at like our itinerary versus like the itinerary people post online, like I definitely like went light on stuff. I think just because like we're getting older.
Well, I mean, it's
it's
fine.
like,
It's fine.
And we're like more leisurely paced. Like I don't want to rush around.
That is perfectly fair. I mean, you do it at your own pace, and if that's the pace that you want, then that's the pace that you go at.
And then the next picture, this was the Aomori Hotel again, but since I told you how like they're big on apples,
Yeah.
so for every dinner they had apple pies. So there's like a little miniature apple pie, and then they have like this homemade like waffle cone that was super good. It was like super cinnamony.
It looks really good.
And like custard.
Wait, how many days did you stay at this hotel? But
we did 2 days.
2 days. Okay.
Yep, 2 nights.
I was about to say, did you get tired of all the apples if you stayed longer than that?
No, honestly, I could have kept eating there for more days. I think because like some of the stuff was the same each day.
Yeah.
But they also like swapped out a lot of the stuff, like the main entrees.
Yeah, it's nice they keep it fresh for the stay. So.
Yeah, but for dinner they had like these apple pies and the custard, and we may have gone back a couple times for more of them.
The apple pie looks super flaky.
It is, yeah. You kind of like crack it open.
Yeah.
And then inside there's like the apple goodness, and then I would scoop the ice cream into it.
That's the way to do it.
And then for breakfast, they had like I showed you like the first picture had like apple pancakes and little apple torts and stuff.
Yes.
But they also had milk puddings, which I didn't get in the picture, I don't think. And it was so good and creamy. I definitely got multiple of those each day.
I mean,
I wish I could have taken them home.
You're on vacation. You take as much as you want.
Right?
Right. It's just so fun to try everything. Just because I think the main thing is you don't see that in general around here, and if you do see it, it's like super expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like all the fun stuff is in Japan. Just maybe because we're just not used to it. I keep thinking about this. Is it fun because we don't see it all the time? Probably. But at the same time, if you're a local there, I feel like it would still be fun just because I feel like also they are really, really good about just making things marketable, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. You mean like the food is always cute and like it's like fun to look at and eat.
Yeah.
Lots of like different textures and things, or like just like more seasonal flavors too. Like
seasonal flavors, definitely.
Yeah.
We don't have this here. I made.
We have pumpkin spice.
We have pumpkin spice.
That's like it. Pumpkin spice, eggnog maybe, but most places don't do eggnog stuff. It's mostly just pumpkin spice that we have.
You hear pumpkin spice season all the time, but do you hear anything else outside pumpkin spice season?
Yeah, I don't really feel like we do.
I don't think we do either.
And like even when I do find something I like sometimes Starbucks will do like one year they did like a s'mores type drink for summer.
Yeah.
But it never comes back. Like, it's been multiple
No.
summers and they haven't done it again.
It's like the McRib. It comes every 3,000 years.
Yeah.
But the McRib is like isn't really a seasonal thing. It's more like just a thing.
Right. Whereas like with Japan, it's like every place had like a new had like a Mont Blanc.
Yeah.
You could try because it's fall.
Yeah, and it's like almost everywhere in Japan will have its what do you call it? Has its standard seasonal thing. Like in sakura season, you have the sakura stuff. In
Oh yeah,
fall, you
yeah.
have the sweet potatoes and chestnuts. And then if you're more regional, like say in Aomori, you have the apples. And in Kyushu, it's gonna be the yuzu, kabosu, strawberries. They have strawberries down there apparently. It's just nice that a lot of places in Japan have their own little specialties, regardless on how normal it might seem to most people outside.
Yeah, I feel like it gives you something fun to look forward to for traveling different places, or for just like for different seasons. Like, I don't know. I get excited about seasonal stuff. Like, oh, it's Christmas time, so I can go get the eggnog and whatnot. It's like something to like look forward to, I guess. Even if it's silly.
I guess in Christmas time, or at least winter in general, hot chocolate is more in season. But you don't hear anyone talk about it. It's just there.
Yeah.
It is hot chocolate season in the winter, though, now that I think about it. But
I feel like most places just have hot chocolate all year round, though.
they do. They do.
Like most like cafes.
They do. But I feel like it's more prominent around winter, or maybe it's just a thing you get in winter.
Yeah, I think probably you just notice it more in winter because that's when you want it.
True. Because I don't feel like I get hot chocolate outside of winter. Rarely.
Yeah, you usually don't want anything warm during summer.
No.
This is making me hungry. Looking at the pictures.
I want to go back. Did you get any souvenirs? I'm pretty sure you got some souvenirs.
Oh yeah, a bunch.
What'd you get?
Well, so for our family and friends, we got different things than like for us. Like from our family, we got like more like normie stuff.
Of course.
Like, here's your magnet of Shibuya with Hachiko.
Oh no.
Stuff like that. Things that they would like potentially recognize.
Right.
For our friends, it was mostly like little anime related things or video game related things for the stuff that they liked. So like, I got my one friend like a Pokemon, like a Snorlax sleeping mask. The other friends, we got like little Monster Hunter keychains, stuff like that.
Fun.
For ourselves, most of the stuff I got was plushies.
Okay.
Well, I guess like souvenirs versus just shopping. I guess do you differentiate?
Not really, no.
Okay, because like shopping wise, I got like a bunch of plushies and stuff like that and keychains. I did a bunch of like gachapon.
Okay, that's fair.
That was really fun. Getting all those. Now I have like too many keychains I don't know what to do with. Because like I was looking for like certain characters and then I kept going. Because I kept getting the wrong ones. And now I'm like, what do I do with all these?
From the gacha?
Yeah, and then Tori scolded me because I told you guys like I have all the gacha balls, and they're like, no, you don't take them with you.
You can, but they take up so much space. Why would you?
They do. Well, yeah. Well, I didn't know that you had some place you could put them.
So
the hotel got a bunch of gacha balls.
I actually, honestly, didn't know the first time either until I saw someone around the same area put the balls in a basket or some other thing. It's like, oh, they're supposed to go there.
Well, now I know for next time.
Yeah.
I did get one thing from an arcade. It took an embarrassing amount of money, which I will not disclose.
Okay, what did you get?
So it was like a mascot character from one of my favorite Vocaloid producers. And like, so you can only get it at the arcade, like it's like a limited item.
Either from the arcade or someone sold it to Ami.
Oh yeah, like a secondhand thing, yeah.
Which is gonna cost you probably not as much as how much you spent on it.
Probably not. It's just whether or not it shows up.
Yeah.
Like I do browse through Gaia a lot for things on there, but not much shows up on there. Not everything does.
No. Actually, a lot of stuff that you would probably find in Radio Kaikan or where K-Books and Ami is probably is not going to show up online.
That's what my friend told me. My friend Spiky said there's a lot of stuff in person that they don't have on websites.
Yeah, if you're gonna find them online, you're probably gonna find them in like not Bai, but the Yahoo auctions or something like that.
Yeah, or like Mercury or whatever. Is that one of them?
Mercari, I think. Yeah.
Mercari?
Yeah. But even then, it's kind of hard to find it there because you have to like get the specific words or something, and that.
Right, like you have to like know like the Japanese for different things.
Yeah, or
because like I've been using Surugaya to buy a bunch of weeb stuff, and they have an English site, but it's kind of like they auto translate stuff, and stuff doesn't always get translated correctly.
Yes.
So like it'll be like an anime character's name, but instead of leaving it as their name, they'll translate it as a word. So sometimes finding the stuff that you're looking for can be difficult.
Yes.
But honestly, it was just as hard finding stuff in Japan, like at Mandarake and places. Like, it was very chaotic. A lot of those places.
You kind of have to like.
It's like here's just bins of things.
You kind of have to like hop between shops.
We
Find
went like everywhere.
Like I know,
but it's like unless it's like a major, unless it's like a big series that's popular. It's hard to find stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I know a lot of people will go to Radio Kaikan and that's it because it's convenient. It's right there. But if you go to other shops that most people probably may not visit, you might find something there that you didn't expect to find. Or
yeah, we went to like 5 different Surugayas and like hobby offs and book offs and places. We just like every secondhand store we could find I went to.
Yes.
And I still didn't find stuff for like most of the series I like because I like old retro stuff that no one liked.
If you like old retro stuff, then did you try Nakano Broadway?
I did, yep.
Couldn't find it there either.
Well, I think the stuff I liked, the shows that I liked didn't become popular. So
fair. That does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Whereas like if you wanted like Oshinoko or Spy Family, it's everywhere.
I feel like that's mainly in Akiba. If you go to Nakano Broadway, you're not gonna find that specifically because Nakano Broadway is more. When I say retro, I don't mean 20 years ago retro. I guess vintage at this point. Holy crap! Has it been that long?
Yeah. What?
When I say retro, what do you think retro is?
Oh yeah, we've had this discussion on my Discord before in terms of video games.
Oh, did the Sanae picture come up?
Did the what?
Sanae, the Toho character with green hair.
Oh no, I don't know much Toho.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
To me, PS3 is retro.
That hurts my soul.
Trust me, I'm right there with you.
Okay. I can accept PS1 as retro, but you say PS3 as retro?
Not even PS2? My dude, have you looked at PS2 graphics? They're retro.
I have a PS2.
Maybe you need to play it again.
I actually should because I got some games from eBay. So, yeah. The thing is, a PS2 is also a PS1, so it serves both purposes.
But we went to Nakano Broadway. Is it called Mandarake or is it Mandrake? Do you know?
Mandarake.
Mandarake. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't think they call it Mandrake. That would
what I figured.
That's definitely an American pronunciation.
There's like 50 goddamn Mandarake in Nakano Broadway. And every one is a different theme.
Well, the thing about Mandarake in Nakano Broadway is that I think they own the entire building. I don't think they actually do, but
they basically did. There was
basically
one floor that was like all Mandarake. And it's like, here's the Gundam one, or the mech one. Here's the American stuff one. Here's the Sailor Moon retro magical girl one.
And this is
was wild.
This is the all manga one.
Yep. This is the all shoujo manga one.
And then the very top floor of Nakano Broadway is the super, super old and expensive 50s stuff. But it's a really nice
We
store.
went to I think it was in Ikebukuro, there was a Mandarake that we went to as well.
Oh.
That was underground. Do you know the one I'm talking about? It's like underground.
Oh, no, I'm not thinking of the same one. But did you go?
Okay, there's one that's underground, and you're like, okay, sure, it's underground, whatever, it's in the basement. you walk down like 7 flights of stairs. Like you just keep going deeper and deeper.
Yeah, no, I haven't been to this one. No.
And then you get down there and it's just this giant like cave almost of just like shelves and shelves of retro anime and manga and just all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
It was like it was like a labyrinth. A weeaboo labyrinth, and it's like 7 floors underground. It's crazy.
I haven't been there, but I kind of want to see it now. The one I went to in Ikebukuro was not that. Do you know what Otome Road is?
Yeah, I think we went there because I got a bunch of boys love.
Okay, so the first time I went to Japan, there was a yearly Toho convention that was happening, and to get into said Toho convention, you have to get the catalog for the place. And
oops, I clicked on Twitter.
I closed it. Don't worry.
Sorry.
The catalog for the place can be gotten in certain places, and for some reason, my friend decided to take me to a shop in Otome Road. And can you imagine how awkward it is for 2 guys to go into Otome Road full of Fujo stuff, wall to wall, and all the clientele are basically female?
I noticed in like reviews for like Google reviews, a lot of guys would be like complaining because they don't realize that that's what it is. They think it's just like a regular like just usual anime store.
Yes.
They don't realize it's just for girls.
Yes.
Or meant for girls.
Meant for
mostly.
girls. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be a guy that's into that, but it's still very weird.
Yeah, actually, no, there was a Fudanshi in the one that I went to, and like I played it cool, but in my heart, I was like thrilled. I was like, oh my god, it's a real Fudanshi.
The thing is, neither of us were really into that. I mean, in particular, but we would
Did
just.
You guys go on accident, or
no?
Was it just like out of curiosity?
It was on purpose. He brought me there on purpose to get the catalog. We were there to buy the catalog. Yes.
Right.
But I don't know why he brought me there when we could have gotten it elsewhere.
Maybe it was just what was closest at the time?
I think so.
But I took Mr. Fangy into those Fujo stores, and he kept like asking me to explain things. And it was I gave him like a boys love TED talk.
Oh, that sounds.
It was special. And then he went around finding books for me.
I'm very curious about the other people in the shop, if they gave Mr. Fangy any stares.
They weren't super popular. Like there'd be a couple girls and like the one guy. I didn't really notice anyone staring. But like people always said that like online, like, oh, you know, if you're a different race and you go to Japan, like people are gonna stare at you and whatnot. But we really didn't experience like that. It was mostly the opposite, where like people wanted to like avoid making eye contact and stuff, I think.
Well, it's not so much that. It's more like, you know, it's Otome Road. There's where all the Fujos are, and I feel like a guy in there, unless they're a Fudanshi or somehow gives off Fudanshi energy, it's just awkward, you know. I felt.
See, I feel like it's different because like I get what you're saying. Because like before, when I was in like the more guys-oriented place, I felt like I was making them uncomfortable. I don't think it's the same, really, for like Fujo areas, because instead it's like exciting. Like, oh my gosh, what if he is a Fudanshi? Like, what if he likes this stuff? That's so cool.
I guess.
Rather than feeling awkward.
I felt awkward.
I'm sorry.
I felt awkward because I felt like there were a lot of girls just. Maybe it's not because it's one guy. Maybe because it was the fact that me and my friend.
Oh yeah, they were totally shipping you, I bet. Sorry.
It might be it. That might have been it.
I think so. That's what I would be doing. Now you know.
He's not my type. I'm just gonna say.
Oh man, though. So like, I experienced this at all stores in Japan. Really, like, trying to find specific titles was kind of difficult. When you don't like read Japanese. And like trying to figure out like the different organization methods at each place. Like, is this alphabetical? How do they do it? Some of them are
confusing.
Some of them are in kanji. They still do it like based off of like, you know, the sound. I don't know. I got really good at just like pointing at pictures on my phone and asking them if they had that thing.
Oh yeah.
So I had to keep doing that in the Mandarake for Boys Love. So I'm just like opening up like random like cover pages for various like Boys Love manga that are like super awkward, and like asking like this middle-aged lady like, do you have this? What about this one?
They're probably used to it, but I get you. I get
Yeah,
you.
when they work in that store and it's exclusively that stuff.
Yeah.
But it was kind of funny. Eventually I just got over it. I was like, there's no shame here.
No shame.
There's no shame.
No shame. They
We're all
work.
buying the same thing.
They work there, and you're shopping there. They get all sorts of people every day.
Yeah, and I feel like if you work in that place, you're probably okay with it.
Probably. It's just a thing. Though it doesn't make it feel any less awkward sometimes, though.
No,
It doesn't.
but I ended up finding like most of what I was looking for. I filled up like half a suitcase
Oh, good.
of manga.
Nice.
It was like half a suitcase of manga, one suitcase full of plushies and souvenirs for friends. Oh, I ended up getting a shirt too.
Oh,
one
nice.
shirt. Yeah, and Shirakawa go, because I don't know if you know this. Do you know Higurashi?
Yes.
Higurashi, the town in there, Hinamizawa, is based off of Shirakawa-go.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a ton of like Higurashi merch there, and they have like an official like Higurashi Shirakawa-go collab shirt. So I got that.
Nice.
Yep.
I did this. I did the same thing when I went to Saga. Have you seen Zombieland Saga?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Is the saga for Saga?
What?
The saga in the title, is it referring to the location?
Yes, it's Saga Prefecture.
Oh, I always thought it was just Saga like a story, you know?
It also could be, but it's first and foremost Saga Prefecture.
That's funny. I never knew that.
Yeah, but basically, it's the anime itself is half idol anime, half advertisement for the area because it's it's kind of out there. It's kind of out there in the boonies. But they have this really local chicken restaurant. I'm not sure if it's like a chicken barbecue. It's kind of like yakiniku but chicken.
Mm-hmm.
I traveled from Fukuoka to the location 4 hours one way just to eat at that place and got a t-shirt from there also. So I feel you. I feel you.
It must have been really good. Oh, actually, I do have one souvenir I'd like to show off.
Oh, sure. Let me get you
I'll post it up top.
Okay. Ah, yes.
Okay, so this one wasn't planned. It was just kind of spur of the moment when we were there.
This looks like Kanda.
Oh. Huh?
Is this Kanda?
No. We had to take a train here.
Okay.
For like half an hour. This is the stairs from the Your Name movie by Makoto Shinkai. If you've seen that.
I've seen it. I don't remember it though.
Yeah, there's a scene where at the end where the characters meet again on the staircase, and it's based on a real shrine and a real staircase. So we went to that shrine, and I got pictures of like the stairs and stuff, and they have the Ema there featuring it with art from the show or from the movie rather. I have a picture of the stairs too.
Nice.
I put them above.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's the thing about Emma, guys. If you ever go to a shrine, the Emma plaques are typically something you would buy from the shrine shop, write down your wishes and whatnot, and hang it in the shrine so that
your wish will come true.
Well, your wish will come true and that sort of thing. But no one is saying you can't take it home with you. So what I've done a couple of times, I have 2 Emma plaques in my room right now from a couple of different shrines that were pretty memorable. So it's like, I want to take this with me. I don't want to leave it there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's frowned upon, but I see other people doing it, taking them home.
I don't know.
My plan is to use them as Christmas tree ornaments.
Which is fine.
I want to like get some at every shrine that we go to in Japan, and then over the years, kind of like decorate my whole tree with them.
Nice. At least you have your thing.
That's my plan.
Okay, that's a good plan. I don't do the same thing with the Emma. I'm not a huge Emma person unless it's like super special. But
Mhm.
what I do though is um there are stamps at
Oh, the Goshuincho?
is that what it's called? I never
I think
knew.
so. I think it's called Goshuin.
Okay, I'm not sure what it is in Japanese, but I there in train stations and tourist spots generally there are
Oh
stamps.
no, I'm thinking. Sorry, the thing I'm thinking of is at temples. I think it's like Buddhist temples. You can go
Oh, I've
and
that
like
one.
the priest will like sign something.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, I've seen that in a few places. I'm not too interested in that to begin with, but I do know what you're talking about. It's like a really fancy calligraphy
Yeah.
from the shrine or temple. I think it's mostly temple. The difference between a shrine and temple, from what I understand, is shrine is typically for Shinto and they're usually smaller,
Yeah.
and temple is Buddhist and they're typically a little bit bigger, and they have more stuff going on there too. But yeah, no, the stamps I'm talking about is like in train stations and tourist spots. You might find a stamp that um that has like a, what do you call it? It has a design that's unique to the area, or at least something that looks like it might be like let's say you're going to Shirakawa Go, and in Shirakawa Go you find a stamp at the train station that shows like something that the town is unique for,
Yeah.
like the houses. It might have a
Yeah. Yeah.
stamp of that. Uh, Let me show you really quick what one of mine looks like.
Yeah. I want to see them.
So here's one of mine. I have like a book filled of every single one I could find ever since I've been to Japan.
Oh, it's the deer.
Yeah, so in Yakushima Airport, you can find this stamp, and you can have like a stamp book that you can put
Now,
them
are
in.
these free? The stamps? Is it free to use them?
Yeah, it's generally free. Some of them might be gated behind, like, let's say an attraction.
Oh yeah,
But
like admission.
yeah, but in general, in the train stations, these are free.
Well, that's like a really fun free souvenir,
Yeah, it's a really fun
and
free.
like a nice way to remember the places.
Mm-hmm. I have a book filled with them. I can show you sometime. But I'm gonna have to set up the camera and stuff. But yeah, this you can have like a small notebook with you. 3x5 I think is big enough for the most part, though some stamps are pretty big. But you can put in a stamp in your book and collect all the places that you've been to, kind of like a passport. But it's tourist spots in Japan, and this is something that Japan does in a lot of train stations and tourist spots in general.
Where do you go to, like in the train station? Like if you want to do this, where would you take
It's
your book?
it usually there's one close to the turnstiles,
Mm-hmm.
or if there's not one near the turnstiles, there might be one near the ticket booths, and you can sometimes ask the the people that are in the like booths and stuff if they have a stamp. I've never personally done that, uh, but in some places you that's one way you can get them.
Yeah, because I didn't know about this when I was in Japan, but like now that I do, I feel like it's something I want to do in the future.
I don't remember how I found out about this, but I ever since I found out about it, and I did this also since my first trip, I think. No, maybe it wasn't the first trip. But I feel like if I look in my book, I might be able to see something from the first trip. But yeah, they're not too difficult to spot, but you do have to look for them to
Right, like if you don't know it exists, you probably wouldn't
yeah,
notice.
you wouldn't notice. Now, a lot of places with in the tourist spots especially will have like a pamphlet that you can stamp into, like for that particular place, but I generally don't use those. I use my own book for it to collect the stamps. That way they're all in
Yeah, I
one
mean,
spot.
yeah, get one that you like.
Yeah, because I know the pamphlet's just gonna get lost in my treasure box and gone forever.
And this way you can have everything like together, organized.
I mean, I do have my loot box with all the souvenirs that I've collected and
I'm the same
pamphlets.
way.
But you know, it's just kind of nice having that other thing that's easy to get to.
Okay, well, I'm adding this to my list for things to do next time.
Nice. Okay. Did you get any snacks for souvenirs at all?
I didn't. Oh well, I guess I got one snack that we brought home.
Okay, what'd you get?
Because we went to the Capcom store in Sunshine City, and they had like Resident Evil candy that was like, this is like the pills to undo zombieism. And our friend is a Resident Evil fan.
Nice.
So we got them for him.
Okay.
But otherwise, we didn't really bring snacks home.
Okay.
The one thing I had thought about bringing home was like when we were in Aomori, they had like, you know, apple sake and stuff. And I was like, oh, that could be like a nice souvenir for like, you know, my in-laws or something. But Mr. Fangy was all like, no, I don't want to have like liquids in the suitcases because like, what if something goes wrong and it breaks open?
I've done the sake thing before, and as long as you have like have it wrapped between all your clothes like really really well, it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Even in the check-in luggage, it shouldn't be an issue. Also, I think they do they wrap it? I think they also wrap it, but you can also wrap it even more.
Oh wait, actually, I did bring something else home.
What?
Because we didn't do the sake. What I did do instead was jam.
Jam.
We got a bunch of apple jam at the Aomori place.
Nice.
And we brought that back for my mom and my husband's mom.
Do you still have some left over? Did you bring no? Did you bring it for any for yourself?
Yeah, we got it for family, so I don't know. I don't know if they've used it all yet or not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to check something really quick. Be right back. Sorry.
No problem. Alright, everybody, Ruka's asleep. Time to cause chaos. We're taking over the channel. Fangy Pack, rise up. No, everybody's sleeping. I usually stream earlier. Let's see, while Ruka's doing stuff real quick, I can tell you guys some of my other tips that I came up with for first-time travelers to Japan. Some of this is like real basic stuff that like you've probably already heard if you do like Japan travel stuff. Like if you watch like foreigners in Japan, YouTubers, like any of those people like abroad in Japan, stuff like that, you probably already know this stuff. But if not, some really basic stuff, if you haven't been in Japan before, you might not know. Most places don't have garbage cans there. So like if you buy food and then you walk around, you might not have a garbage can to put stuff in afterwards. So you want to bring like a Ziploc baggie or something with you and carry it in like your purse or your backpack to put garbage in. Otherwise, you're just gonna be stuck with garbage all day.
Oh, is it the can't find the bin? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna tell people random tips while you're doing stuff.
What are your five big tips for Japan?
Oh, 5 big tips. Oh my gosh.
I know there's a lot, but
a lot of stuff we already covered, like carrying cash and Google Lens and Translate. Some other stuff I wrote down. 7-Eleven is where you want to go for using the ATM.
Yes.
All they have is like a 200 yen fee. Other places like at the airport, you might end up wasting more money.
I think the airport regarding that, I suggest don't using the physical money changer, the tellers.
That's what I've heard.
They do add a fee to that. There is a ATM at the airport, so you can use that there. And also the ATM at the airport and in the 7-Elevens, you can also use that to charge a Suica.
Yep. Other stuff. This one I did not do, but I learned about it during the trip.
Okay.
There's something called luggage forwarding in Japan.
Oh, I've never done this one, but
I've never done it either. I didn't think I had to personally, because we don't carry much luggage. But one thing you can do is if you're going to multiple hotels during your trip, you can pay the first hotel and the second hotel to like transfer the luggage between them, so you don't have to carry it. You can just say, "Hey, Hotel 1, send this luggage to Hotel 2," and like pay a little fee, and they'll do it for you.
Yeah, so this one I looked into this after this trip just because was planning, I still am planning a 3-month trip in Japan. And the best use for this, from what I gather, is if you are going from hotel A to hotel C, and there's a hotel B in between that you're gonna stay for a short amount of time, but don't really want to carry luggage to.
Oh.
That's a lot of text on the screen right now, and I get it, but um, but yeah, that's the best use of what I've heard. Let's say you are in Tokyo and are going to Fukuoka, but you want to stop by in Hiroshima for a little bit, but don't want to take luggage over there. So what you could do is from Tokyo, send your luggage to Fukuoka, where you're going to be staying, and then when you get to Hiroshima, and for your 1 or 2 days over there, your luggage will be in Fukuoka, and hopefully not hopefully, by the time you get to your hotel, it should be there. You can schedule when it gets dropped off, by the way. So
And that actually would have made sense for us to do this time because we went from like Takayama to Tokyo and then to Aomori. So we were just in Tokyo for like the one night in between.
yeah,
So it would have made sense there.
yeah. I think for what was your route this time?
We flew into Tokyo. We were there for like a week. Then we went to Takayama for a couple days. Went back to Tokyo for a night. Went to Aomori for a couple days, and then went back to Tokyo.
Yeah, I think in this case, what you would have done if you used the luggage service was do it in Takayama and have it been dropped in Aomori.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
One other really big tip that I think is relevant to most gamers and like anime fans. Well, I guess more gamers. So there's a lot of retro game stores in Akihabara that you see a lot of videos about. Like everyone knows about like Super Potato.
Yep.
And like maybe you used to be able to get good deals there.
Not
That's not the case
anymore.
right now. The retro game market in Japan, or at least in like touristy places, is really, really bad. Like getting a Game Boy might cost you several $100s, or like they might sell a game at Super Potato for $50, but if you go online to Surugaya, you can get it for like $3.
Basically, they're gonna.
It's bad because they're marketing towards tourists.
Yeah, there's that. Also, I think the prices are like whatever they sold initially, right? Like release prices is what they're selling at.
I don't think so.
You don't think it's higher? Probably.
I think it's higher for a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, for a lot of this, it's like expensive retro games. Like there was a Serial Experiments Lane game, I think it was,
Oh, that's
or maybe it was Lisa Cubed. One of the games was like $1,000. It was like 150,000 yen, I think.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Then I mean,
Yeah,
it's
like,
also
the prices are
it's probably also like a
bad.
super rare game, so that would also
It
add
is,
to it.
but like at other smaller retro game stores, we found the same thing for like, 50,000 less.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's mostly the retro games that are the problem right now for like the high pricing. Like anime goods are not so bad, but like if you buy anime plushies and like Pokemon plushies in Akihabara, it might be like $10 or 10 or $15. But when we were in Takayama and we went to the local thrift store, it was just like dozens of Pokemon plushies for like 300 yen a piece.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like large plushies. I actually have a picture real quick.
Yeah. So just because you're on a vacation doesn't mean you have to pay a premium. Do that bargain hunting. It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're going. Like if you're just in a big city, then you might have to pay like the higher price.
Yeah.
But if you're going to like these like more rural places, you can find really good deals. If you want to scroll down, I have the picture.
Yeah. So the thing is also it depends on what you're looking for. Sometimes the souvenirs or things you want to buy may just be available in that area. So you kind of have to suck it up sometimes and just pay the premium.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
If you scroll down though, I have a picture of the thrift store in Takayama.
You need to scroll down because Oh, you mean? Oh, wait. You mean like?
Oh, you're right. Because wait, no.
You're controlling it.
Yeah,
You're
that's weird.
controlling. You're controlling it.
It's like not updating.
I see plushies.
Okay, I clicked back to Discord.
I see plushies.
Oh, they are showing up now?
Yeah, I've been seeing plushies.
Oh no, you know what it is?
What?
I think my YouTube video's behind.
Ah, okay.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, these are the plushies.
Yeah.
And like some of them are pretty darn big. Like that My Melody is like several feet big, and
yeah,
it's 300 yen.
It's a little hard to tell from the picture because it could be also
Yeah,
small.
but no, they were pretty sizable.
Hmm.
And you know, once you do the conversion, it's like $2.
You know what's ridiculous? The dollar, the 100 yen shops. Have you been to any of them?
We walked through one. I didn't end up buying anything.
Yeah, they have some really neat stuff there that end up being pretty useful for how much they cost.
Have you been to like Daiso?
Daiso's the big one.
Yeah.
But there's also some other local 100 yen shops in other places, like in Yakushima. There's a 100 yen shop in a grocery store that I got like some calendars, let's just say, that would have cost me $20 here for that same calendar. And they only cost like 100 yen each. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh wow. Even like the dollar stores in America cost more than $1 now.
Yeah, I mean it's rounded. It's rounded to the dollar, right? That's Daiso is also the same way. Because if you go to their kitchenware section, some stuff is like 300 yen, 500 yen kind of thing.
Yeah. I've been to a Daiso in America. Things were definitely more than $1.
It's definitely more than $1 because import and all that stuff. They can't sell at Japanese prices. I wish they could, but they don't. They can't.
If you like Sanrio stuff, though, Daiso usually has a bunch of cute stuff that's Sanrio, like Cinema Roll, My Melody, and things like that.
Yeah, in general, though, Daiso is one of the only ways you will get, like, Japan home goods to begin with in the US.
Yeah, what did I get from Daiso? I got this, I got, like, socks for my chairs. Do you know about chair socks?
I have some of those, too. Yes.
To, like, protect the floor?
Yes.
I got some, and they're shaped like little Shiba Inus.
The paws and also cat paws.
Yeah.
I have some of those. Yeah.
Yeah, Daiso sold those. I've never seen them before. Like in America, we just have like here put like a little like stick-on cushiony thing on the bottom. We don't have socks.
They have those there in Japan too, but yeah, the nice thing is you have options.
Yeah, and some of them are really cute.
They have cute options. Yeah, it's just you can shop for the most random stuff in Japan that you just can't get anywhere else. I think in Asia in general you can shop for the most random stuff that you can't just get in the US because for some reason we just don't market cute around here. I wish we did, but we don't. The only quote-unquote cute stuff we have is Funko Pops, and those are kind of ugly, to be honest.
They're creepy.
I don't know if they're creepy, but they're kind of ugly.
I only like one Funko Pop. It's the dog meat one from Fallout. I feel like when it's not a human, it can be kind of cute.
Yeah.
But when it's the humans, they creep me out.
Yeah, I feel yeah. It's a cult favorite. I get it, but it's definitely not the Asian Japanese cute aesthetic that I am looking for because it's not.
Yeah, and it's like everything in Japan has that kind of stuff. I was very surprised.
Yeah,
I knew different cities have like different like mascot characters and stuff. But, like a lot of stores had like little mascots, and the train station had little mascots.
Yeah, but it's everywhere.
Everything was cute.
Even the warning signs are cute.
They are. I saw one. It was like a rabbit, and he ran into like a pole or something at the train station and dropped his carrot.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's cute.
That's just something you don't see anywhere outside Japan. Maybe Taiwan has it. I haven't been in Taiwan, but I hear Taiwan is pretty close in that kind of design to Japan too. So It's definitely an interesting place. I mean, despite everything that the sickness and stuff like that, you, hopefully you did you enjoy it as much as you expected to, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I really loved it. By the end, I was like ready to come home,
Mhm.
but honestly, it was only because I missed my dog.
Ah, that makes
Like,
sense.
if I could bring my dog with me, I think I could stay there a long time and just
Yeah,
be happy.
yeah. If Japan ever does the digital nomad thing, you could bring your dog, but I think there's a lot of checks for your dog before it can
Oh
be
yeah,
brought
whenever you
over.
do like pets internationally, stuff like
Yeah.
that, they have to make sure like you're not bringing any kind of like diseases over and things like that.
The big thing for your dog, I think, in Japan, if I'm not mistaken, is definitely has to be rabies free, had the rabies shots, and I think your dog has to be tagged also.
Well, our dog does have all that stuff, luckily.
Okay, but anyway, well, we'll keep an eye out on that. What do you call us?
The
That
digital nomad
digital
visa.
nomad stuff.
Yeah.
I think for me, the only way I'll be able to work in Japan is if I start vlogging over there, and I just can sponsor myself as a vlogger and live there.
Yeah, I think you gotta do something like that, like be self-employed
Hmm.
or work remotely.
Yeah.
Unless you learn Japanese, and then you can like try and apply at Japanese companies.
That's
Do you want to? That's the thing. Yeah.
that's its own other thing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind probably doing it for like a hospitality or tourist thing. I think that's that I would be okay with that. But
I mean, there's probably a market for like tour guides that speak both languages and stuff like that.
yeah, I think you have to be certified as a tour guide, which I didn't even know was a
Oh,
thing.
really?
Yeah, they have the tour guide certification apparently.
Well, that's interesting. I kind of wish when we were in Chicago, I kind of wish they had a tour guide that like knew all the different anime locations and stuff. I was kind of surprised that wasn't like an option because I was looking at like the Chicago website and like they had like list of like tour guides and stuff.
I feel like as much as anime likes to feature a lot of real life places in Japan, um, there's really no tour guide for that specifically. But
But I feel like there could be a market for it
there is a
for foreign tourists.
for foreign tourists. I think there is a market for it, but you would have to like spread them throughout everywhere, and not all locations are equally popular. You know what I mean?
No, no, of course not.
Um, so that I think around the Mount Fuji area with Eurocamp, I think that's pretty doable. Chicago is a hotspot, so I think that's also doable. But random places like Saga Prefecture for Zombieland Saga may be a little bit iffy, even though it is a cult classic. And in Hiroki, next to Aomori for Flying Witch, that's also a little bit iffy. But
Yeah, it'd have to be something big.
if we have something big, like maybe, but it's still like it's doable, but I think it's also a little tough. Also feel like a lot of people who do anime pilgrimages that kind of do it themselves, to be honest. They like going out there and getting the specific shots and just being there.
Yeah, for me
Right.
though, like when I first started planning the trip, it was very hard finding information about where the locations were.
Mhm.
And really, it was like a month before we went when someone posted they compiled an entire like Google map of all the locations. Where I was like, okay, this is what I've been looking for all along.
Yeah.
Like this is why I wanted a tour guide.
Yeah, just because someone also has taken all the pictures, it's still different from you actually being there and actually, oh yeah, this is it. This is the place kind of thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mm. It's like it's kind of the same question, like why would 20 million people take the same picture of the Eiffel Tower? The same picture of the Eiffel Tower that you can see anywhere. But here's the thing, you went there. You you went there. So it's your picture and it's your experience
Right.
kind of thing. So that's kind of I feel like it's kind of the same thing with the the pilgrimages and stuff. Yeah, it helps to have a map because sometimes it's like really hard to find certain places.
Yeah, I mean that's what I needed really. Like there's some locations I didn't go to
Hmm.
where it's like So like I don't know if you remember in Higurashi, there's a dam,
Is
and that's
that
kind of like one of the sources of like
is a dam actually
conflict.
there, or is that somewhere else?
It's a real dam, yeah.
Okay.
It's a real dam that like, uh, you know, they ended up like taking over like a town or something or whatever, and have to like close some people's houses and stuff like that.
Okay, so it's in a
Um,
different spot, but
it's in a different spot. It's like half an hour away or something. And, like we didn't drive, so
okay.
I was like, I don't really want to make that walk. But like that's a thing where like I kind of would need a Google map
Mm.
to get there.
All right. Well, let's see. I think I asked you everything I wanted to ask you, and I know we could keep going forever. There's just
Yeah, it's fun to talk about.
it's just nice to talk about with someone, especially just trying to compare notes and what what you saw, what you expected, that kind of thing. So
Yeah, and I think like you know lessons learned or mistakes made
oh yeah,
can help prevent other people.
I still made mistakes even during this trip, and this is my 5th time to Japan. So
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's always gonna be mistakes, but hopefully you can learn a little each time.
yeah, yeah. I think my maybe not my biggest mistake, but the one mistake I didn't realize until after I was done. Not the trip, but I went to a public sento, and I basically just went up to the counter, paid my money, and I think there was a little bit of confused face with the person at the counter, which like I didn't think about it at the time. But after I got out, I saw there was a vending machine by the entrance.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't realize it was there because I didn't see it. I didn't think to look for it. But when I thought about the public onsen I went to earlier, oh yeah, I did use a vending machine there, but it was like right in front of me, so I saw that, but I didn't see the other one.
I saw those vending machines a lot at like restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have thought to look for one at a Sento though. You're right.
Yeah, how'd you feel about the vending machines for the tickets?
I kind of like it because you know, socially awkward person, not having
Yeah.
to talk to people, and a lot of them would have pictures of the food too, which is nice.
Yeah.
The only issue I had was that some of those machines wouldn't accept our bills because the bills that we got from like the ATMs and places were too large.
Mm.
Like we had like some 50 that we had some like 5,000
10,000
yen bills.
Ah, yeah.
And they wanted like 10,000 yen or 1,000 yen. Sorry.
Yeah, so here's the thing also, though, a lot of those restaurant what do you call this? Restaurant vending machines don't
Yeah.
use the Suica or credit cards. So
Yeah.
so just keep that in mind, that's the reason why you want cash with you.
Yep. That's where we use cash a lot in Tokyo.
That's where you use cash. It's just having.
And you want small bills if you can get those 1,000 yen notes.
I mean, they will take even a 10,000 yen bill for a 500 yen purchase in a convenience store. It sounds awkward, but they will accept that. And I'm not sure if you've seen this also. Sometimes they'll wait for you to pull out any extra coins or whatnot that you want to get rid of while you clearly have enough money on the plate. Because trying to get rid of the smaller coins, especially the 1 yen coins, is difficult. So sometimes a lot of times actually, they'll wait for you to see if you pull out more coins from your purse, and before asking if that's how much you wanted to pay. Like let's say I put 10,000 yen down already, but I wanted to get rid of some coins that would actually make the small part of the bill. Let's say 505 yen, and I put 5 other yen down, and apart from the 10,000, they will still take that.
Gotcha. I just like putting it into the Suica machine.
The Suica machine.
You just drop all the coins in.
Suica machine is also fun. Even the most mundane things seem a little bit fun over there.
Right?
I don't know why.
Oh, even like on the trains and like everything has like a nice little jingle.
It does.
I'm like, I
Okay.
just feel joyful.
Speaking of the jingle, did you go to a donkey?
We did. Oh my gosh, the song. Yep.
Did How did you feel about the song after being in there for a while? Were you still okay with it, or did it start to annoy you, or did you just didn't think
I
about
tuned
it?
it out. I tuned it
Yeah,
out. But we were definitely like jokingly singing it to each other later.
it's very catchy, but I also can imagine the people working there having to be in that environment the entire day.
Yep. Yep.
Donkey, oh day, don don don, donkey, kind of thing. Yeah. It's overwhelming at first. It's like, oh, it's neat, and then it gets overwhelming, and then you just tune it out after a while, because otherwise it's just too much. It's not
Yep.
it's not just Donkey either. It's
No, but I definitely remember other stores having some little jingles too.
yeah. Yodabashi is bad about it. Big Camera's also bad about it. No, regular shops don't have it. 7-Eleven doesn't have it. I think 7-Eleven and the convenience stores usually have some sort of music playing. I don't remember
Something
anymore.
less annoying.
It's something a lot less annoying. Though I did appreciate every time it's like "Irashaimase," and then when leaving a restaurant, especially whatever they say to say goodbye to you. I did appreciate that. So there's just a lot of sound
It's kind of nice,
cues.
yeah.
There's a lot of sound cues that you're not used to in the US or most places, I guess, that you run into Japan, and at first it's sounds weird, but it feels weird, but then you kind of appreciate it. Even the beep of um the pedestrian walking thing, the walking light, pedestrian lights, I do appreciate it a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm in Japan.
It's kind of wild. I guess if you've ever been in like an American city and then you go to Japan, it's like everyone obeys the traffic lights. Like if it says you can't walk now, nobody walks. There's no
Meanwhile,
jaywalking.
yeah, meanwhile here it's like if it's clear and it's red, I'm still walking. Most
Oh
people,
yeah, yeah.
which is also kind of dangerous anyway. So, but
And like my husband wanted to walk, and I'm like, no, we
no,
are not moving.
stop,
We will not be those people.
stop,
And he's like, it's 8 p.m. There's no one else around. I'm like, no, we can't
stop.
do it. We can't be the stereotypical tourists.
No, you must obey every single light, even if there's no one there. It could be dead in the night. They still obey those lights.
It's just like I'm so paranoid after like all like the bad publicity some like foreign YouTubers have gotten.
Yeah,
Like,
but
those
those
like the Chinese Somali and people like that. I'm like, I
those
want to be
are
on my best behavior.
those are super egregious, and but I get it. I get it. It does paint visitors in a bad light, even though it's like, but we're not them. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That you may not think of it this way, but the one thing I don't like about Japan, but it is a reality you just kind of have to deal with, is that stereotypes are a thing, and if one person is bad about it, it kind of paints everyone the same as that person in a bad light. So
Yeah, that's why I like try and be extra good.
yeah. So just
I
keep that
was
in mind. It doesn't sound fair, but that's just how it is. That's just how it is.
okay, real quick. I was so upset on the Shinkansen.
Ah.
One of the guys, a guy sat next to me.
Oh,
It was
this
a Japanese
this
guy,
one.
and he left his garbage. He left his garbage in his seat, and I was like, "You can't do that, buddy. Like, people are gonna," because he left, and I was like, "People are gonna think it's mine because I'm the white person." So like, I quickly I grabbed his garbage and I put it in the garbage can.
I don't think I've ever seen.
And like, I
that
tried to get his
before.
attention. I'm like, sumimasen, and he just like waved his hand at me. I'm like, "It's your garbage, please."
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was really weird when you first saw it.
I was shocked, horrified, even. I was like, "How dare you frame me?"
I get it though. That's never happened to me, but it's surprising. It's surprising that it does happen. I think he just didn't really think about it.
We made eye contact. I pointed at that garbage.
Oh, you pointed it.
Yeah, I was like, ah, then I pointed at him, like, sumimasen, and he just, like, ignored me. Well, he didn't ignore me, he, like, looked at me and, like, waved his hand, like, don't worry about it. And I'm like, no, I'm worried.
Okay. There are weird things that happen like that every once in a while. It's rare, but it does happen. Oh, gosh.
Oh, it is 11 though. I know you said
Oh
you
yeah.
have work tomorrow.
I do. I just want to share this one weird thing that's happened, which is it's less weird, more nah, it is weird. You know how PDA is in Japan?
Oh, public displays of affection?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it doesn't happen typically.
Yep.
I saw the most annoying this PDA ever on a bus ride from a train station all the way to like a temple. Right in front of me, a couple that basically were just kind of flirting each other. It's like pretty overtly. It's like, really, guys, in front of me? What?
Yeah, Japan's not really the country to do that in.
No, but they're Japanese.
That's surprising.
I know, right? But I don't know. It's like I never thought I would actually see this. It's like, what the heck is going on? In the most
Yeah,
random
like, I don't
place
think
too.
I don't think I saw like any Japanese couples like holding hands or anything while we were there.
Yeah, it does happen once in a while, but you don't really notice it for the most part. I will say though, everything's more relaxed outside of Tokyo. I feel like a little bit more relaxed, and even more relaxed if you go towards off the mainland. From go down all the way to Kyushu, all the way up in Hokkaido. They're generally more relaxed than they are in Tokyo for some reason. But it's nice. It's nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of what we have for today. Thank you everyone for listening to the random stuff. I hope you learned something new. Hope you found something interesting from that. So, any last words? Last words. Anything?
Oh my gosh, I freaked out. Is that
Yeah.
what? Is this an execution?
Let me get my knife really quick. Anyway,
Oh no.
I did get a knife from Japan. Not this trip, the trip before.
I've heard a lot of people do that. They have nice like cutlery.
It's a really
Not
nice
cutlery,
knife.
but like kitchen knives. Yeah.
It's a really nice kitchen knife. Super nice. Super sharp.
Okay, you don't need to tell me that. I'm starting to feel more threatened.
I mean, how much does cryptid body parts sell? I wonder.
Guys, help.
Anyway, yeah, is there
Nice words.
yeah, anything else you want to share before we end today?
Japan's really fun. If you can go, you should.
Please go if you can. And go for at least 2 weeks. Anything shorter, I feel like it doesn't make any sense unless you're in Asia. Just because
you lose a lot of time in like transit.
A lot of time.
So like at least try and make sure you have a full week in Japan.
Yeah.
Like after landing.
Yeah.
If you can. I know not everyone. It's hard because in America not everyone has like that much time off and stuff like that. But if you can, definitely do it.
Yeah, I'm planning to make some videos as far as general tips and things I've noticed are different from this trip compared to previous trips. I still need to get on that.
Yeah, I mean things are a bit different like post or like after the pandemic too.
Post-COVID.
Like masking was still a big thing in Japan when we were there.
It was. I didn't.
It's really not in the US.
I didn't mask actually during the trip. I probably should have at that one particular point. You know which one I'm talking about. It was because of that we got sick. But it is what it is.
But yes, stuff is a little different now.
It's not too drastically different from before the pandemic started. But it
The
is,
big thing is the retro game prices. Don't go to Super Potato. Don't do it.
yeah, don't do that.
I mean, you can go. It's fun to look around, but like, price check stuff online, guys.
Always price check. Yeah, I was also looking for cameras, and most of the cameras I wanted to check out were sold out because they were like super popular. The camera that I had that broke, that was one of them. So
Yeah, I think it's just that everyone's going now after, things have opened back up, and there's just like a huge boom of tourists,
Yeah.
and everything's selling out in the big areas in the cities.
Yeah. It's like if you wanted to get some really high quality Japanese goods, now is the time to do it. Honestly, now is the time to do it. Before it'd be like, think twice because it's expensive. Now it's not so expensive anymore.
Yeah, at least because of the weaker yen.
The weaker yen. Anyway, that's all we
Just
got.
make sure it's not like a
today.
tourist trap kind of thing.
Oh, beware of tourist traps. Though it's a little hard to figure out what's a tourist trap and what's not over there, to be honest. At least for
That's
me.
definitely true if it's like your first time.
Even
You haven't like read
yeah,
too much about it.
yeah, especially if it's your first time. I mean, a lot of stuff that you find in souvenir shops, you have to ask yourself, am I going to find the same thing in the next souvenir shop I find? And
We definitely noticed that at places, yeah.
and 90% of the time is the answer is yes. So, especially around Tokyo. However, if you go outside of Tokyo, there's definitely some regional stuff that you're not going to find in Tokyo. So keep an eye on those. Those are the ones you want to get if you want to keep anything. Or at least, buy it when you're there because you're not going to see it again. But still ask yourself, do I really want this? Because you only have so much luggage space. the limiting factor is the luggage space.
But if you do end up buying too much, you can buy new luggage cases at Don Quixote.
You could also, if you really, really want to, ship it. Japan Post. That works too. Like you can get, it's like the UPS, get a box there, put everything in there, ship it back home, kind of thing.
I have heard of people doing that. Yeah, I was a little too intimidated.
I've been there once for a different thing, and it's not bad. It's not bad. They just have Google Lens handy just in case. Though, but it's not bad. Well, anyway, that's all we have time for today. I gotta end for now. We went for a lot longer than we expected.
Yeah, well, that was 4 hours.
4 hours. We were originally planning 2. But thanks for coming by. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, or comments for us, please leave them in the comments after the stream is over, and we'll try to get to them and answer them as best we can afterwards. I'm planning to make some videos and such. Still have to plan them out and actually make them and put them here. But hopefully those would also help you. Do you have anything you want to promote while you're here, Fangy?
Me!
Okay.
I want a promotion.
Okay.
Come check me out on twitch.tv/Fangy. I'm normally not on YouTube, but Ruka invited me on over. Thank you for having me here, Ruka.
Yeah, no problem. Also, if you want to see Fangy's information, it's in the description below, so check that out.
Hot damn!
Okay. All right. We're going off for now. See you, everyone. Have a good rest of your day, and
Bye-bye!
bye-bye.
Good night!